Hey, Black, are you an Israelite, Black? Yo, my brother, are you a Hebrew Israelite? Israelite, Black? Black, you an Israelite? Oh, he can't even hear me. Are you a Hebrew Israelite? All right, you got to go. You can't even hear me. Israelite? Oh, all right, so we live right now. Let's get it in. We got to get it in. And somebody got to go on mute. And I think that's right. So we live right now. Who the hell? We got to get it in. Oh, that's me. Damn.
Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke?
Yeah.
Who wants to smoke?
Yeah.
Cam up, easy dance. Cam up.
Going up. The heat is rising. Scholars showing up. Audience vibing. We on a mission, competition is the only desire. Whose information will be facing the mercy of fire? So step up, stand up. Can you walk through hell? So tough, too tough for the weak, soft shell. Set the fire, fan the flame. Smoke is rising in blooms, while the inexperienced today just does the choke on the fumes. Bring your science, bring the wisdom, even bring your religion. If you can't stand the heat, then please don't come in the HOK. It's just a session, learn a lesson, fight and overcome oppression. Who'll be the best debated? By the time all the smoke clears, who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Smoke session, smoke, 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 smoke session. I want the smoke. This environment is the toughest, so bring your best in. Put your spirit to the test. You stepping into the ring with the scholar with the no digits harder. I will make you holler in the information flow with power. You wanted to peak, the elite, the undisputed. Now watch as your outdated theories get refuted. I'm posted in the den, let the world burn. Pressure in the room, it's finally my turn. They want the smoke, I'm the whole forest fire. Watch the oxygen vanish as the flames climb higher. My mind is the weapon, I'm no joke. I'm the baddest, I come for the smoke. No joke, I'm the baddest to ever breathe. I don't play house, I make them leave. Smoke session. Smoke, 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 smoke session. I want the smoke. Smoke, 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 smoke session. sa.neter, you better want 'em. Who wants the smoke? Who wanna say that I'm not playing? Oh my God, sa.neter, stop playing with me. Now Paul, you better tell him, you better tell her now Paul. Stop playing with me.
Yeah. All right, peace and black power family. Y'all already know what it is, man. You see, I got my man, God Energy versus Chief X. This debate has never been public yet. I will be showing this debate tomorrow. I think I'm gonna go early. I like to get this out the way early. I got Captain Tazariak tomorrow at the Tarvin. And I'm gonna tell you something. This brother right here, Hawk Newsom, Hawk. I interviewed this brother at Tarvin today. This brother is powerful, man. He's a freedom fighter. He's an activist, and he puts in that work. The police arrested this brother damn near 50 goddamn times. You ever heard of this brother, Jabari? I don't know this brother, Hawk Newsom. You in Harlem, brother. How you know him? Oh, man. You'll be surprised. I can't hear you because your mic is on mute. You'll be surprised, Jabari, who snitched on the brother. Oh, my God, you'll be surprised. Al Sharpton and the other brother. Man. Because they didn't want the brother to bring it out, like who was doing so, and it's just awesome. This brother is powerful. I got mad respect for this brother. And we will be showing that interview tomorrow. All right. So without any further ado, man, what's going on here? We got the Brews in the building, the Hebrew Israelites, Apostle. We got Black Sage. We got Easy Bands, and other people will join in later because they coming in late. Kassad will be here late. Bakwash will be here late. But it is what it is. And I'm going to say, Jabari, give us an opening statement, brother. Give us your opening. What's going on?
Well, first of all, let me just say that I'm always honored to speak to the sa.neter TV studio, Black News 102 community. Peace to the entire family. I am here. sa.neter thought that it would be interesting to see all of the fire from the Hebrew Israelites and even some Christians trained. And so I am prepared to respond to anything. I'm prepared to defend African tradition and even Kemetic tradition. I have a sense that they'll probably have a lot more to say about Kemetic tradition. And I look forward to a snappy debate. I'm feeling free. I turned in my grades today. So listen, I'm feeling like I'm ready to get it in tonight. So family, I'm so honored to be here before you, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Beautiful, beautiful. Black Sage, you have any opening statements you would like to make?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to the HOK. Shout out to you, sa.neter. Shout out to a good brother Jabari. Shout out to brother Easy Bands. Shout out to Apostle Zaquan on the panel and those who will be joining us later. I appreciate brother Jabari coming on and having the conversation. He could have said it's not worth his time, right? But I appreciate that. So I take that as a show of respect and honor. So we're going to try and keep it in that vein, but we're definitely going to try to get it in. And all praise to the Most High. Let's get it.
Easy Bands, come on. What you got? Open up for me.
Hey,
let's
man,
have the quorum. We need the quorum. Go ahead, Easy Bands.
Yeah, that's what I'm about, man. And that's what this is going to be. We're going to keep it strictly information. Little jokes here and there, maybe a few jabs. I'm cool with that. Salute to everybody on the panel. Elder Yara, salute my guy.
Salute.
Jabari, we appreciate your time, brother. We know you got better things to be doing, but you're here with us today, so we appreciate that. Like I said last time, you got to get got though, man. Man. Salute to the chat, man. It's about to go down.
All right, Apostle Zaquan, what up, brother?
Much due respect to the entire panel, the hosts, sa.neter, HOK, for bringing this forth, for allowing us to critique Jabari, but not as much as critiquing, just as much as pique his brain.
Mm-hmm.
I got some new information, and then we got some old information, and we want to see how he deals with the information. So other than that, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Look, I got a lot of respect for Jabari, especially for his intellect, his study, his economic, his what I want to say, intelligent. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he did have a desire to further his education, and he did that, and now he's passing it forward. He's teaching others. So I got nothing but respect for that.
All right, thank you. Hey, Easy Bands, did brother DMG call you today?
Oh yeah, he reached out to me.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're good. All right. All right,
we're good.
We got DMG in the building. Shout out to my man DMG. Make sure y'all support that brother. This brother supports me 100, and I want to make sure I support my brother 100 for real. All right, so who's first? Who would like to ask the question first? And I'm gonna leave it up to y'all three, the Hebrews and the Christians, to come amongst yourselves. Who would like to go?
Easy Band, one of y'all.
No. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make Yara the point. He's the point man for y'all. Yeah, for real. Because it got to be somebody that has to be the point.
Yeah, no doubt. We're ready for it. My brother, Easy Bands. Are you ready?
Yeah, I was just still getting a 1-2 things together right quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I'll just say this until he's ready. Then you can just let me. Are you ready now?
Nah, just give me a second right quick.
Okay. Until he gets that, then he'll let me know. Yeah, we just want to come on here because the invitation was extended to us, so it would behoove us as people in the community who disseminate information. It is it is it's a statement to be made for those who have tangled with Jabari, as I have in the past. Whether you consider win, lose, or draw, he is a pillar in his community. He is a teacher, a lecturer, a historian, an author. So anyone who can actually, and what we see in the news today, and in social circles today, anyone who can actually stand on those things and have improvable things, right? Not claiming to be things that they're not, and passing it off as if they are in this community. That's something to be held to a high regard, and to be able to have a dialogue with the person of that. And so what we're doing is, please pay attention, family. Um, this is not a hate Jabari session. All right. Not a hate Jabari session, right? This is if you want to be the best, right? sa.neter knows this as a person who watches boxing. If you want to be the best, right, then you have to get in the ring with the best.
No.
You have to spar with the best, right? And so we're here to do that, right? On this platform, Jabari is the best, and we're going to give him that, right? And so we're going to approach these conversations as they come along. And you just let me know when you're ready. Easy Bands. I think Apostle's definitely ready. Our brother Easy Bands is in motion,
All right.
and we ready for it.
All right.
We could start off. So is it like, yo, we could I could drop a 1-2 and then come back to it, or I got to get it all out now?
No, go ahead, do your thing.
All right, cool. So we'll start with this.
You sharing your screen?
Yeah, just
all
give
right.
me a second. Hold on. It was because I remember, I think it was the other day, I watched you guys speaking, you and Jabari, and it was pretty interesting. So you basically said that you like how he turns our sources against us, and you appreciate that. So I'm hoping you're gonna appreciate this too. You know, and Jabari called me a cannibal, you know, and I didn't mind it because, you know, it's not, it is what it is, you know. So, but then I want to point out that, you know, his own text, you know, let me see if I can just expand this a little bit, because this is a different screen that I'm using.
Yeah, it's tiny too.
How do you expand this on here, man?
Come on, brother. You got to be ready, man.
He's ready, sa.neter. He's getting his information together. Don't be so anxious, sa.neter.
Yeah.
You can't even read it. It's tiny.
You're gonna make a mistake. It's all right. He get it. We'll figure it out. You're gonna make a mistake, sa.neter. Don't trip your man's up now. You're supposed to be his corner man.
He's supposed to be my corner man?
Yeah.
No, brother. I'm just a moderator. I'm a moderator.
He's supposed to be my
brother Gideon was supposed to be here, but his ass got scared.
I doubt it, man.
No, because I usually do this on Chrome, so this is Safari that I'm using now. So I really don't. You guys have any pointers how to expand the screen?
Are you using a laptop?
No, I'm on my
computer.
Computer. I'm on my Mac.
Okay. But well, I mean, if you can't see if it's too small, what I would do is I would open up a Word document or something and at least clip what I'm trying to start with and plunk it into a file really quickly and share that.
Okay.
Just so you'd be able to move quickly, you know.
Okay.
And the picture you can grab too, or you can. It's a Mac, so I don't know exactly how you can grab the screen.
I'll try to grab the screenshot right quick. Let me see.
Yeah, because I know how to do a screen chop on a PC.
Hey, why don't we go to Apostle while he gets it ready though? Yeah, bro.
All right. I guess we can do that. I wanted to go later, but it's all right. How you doing today, Jabari?
I'm good. How are you? I haven't seen y'all in a long time, so it's good to see you.
Yeah, you too. I understand. Well, for different reasons. I been dealing with health issues a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but I'm blessed. I just came from the doctor's office today. I put on 20 pounds, but other than that, I got a health report. So it's good. We got some things we got to continue to build on.
Yeah.
Some things I got scheduled, but I'm doing so well that my next appointment is going to be virtual. I don't have to go into the office.
That's good.
So it's always a blessing.
That's very good.
That's a blessing.
I see my doctor like once a month, every month. So I can't miss a month. That's based because of some of the scripts I take. But I wanted to get your opinion first of all.
Okay.
Did you see Morpheus in my debate?
I did not.
Okay.
During the period that I was extremely busy with lots of things, and I got tons of stuff to look at.
Yeah. Well, you get a chance to look at it.
Okay.
The one thing I do know, you will be fair.
So what did something happen in that debate that you want to bring up?
I think they were embarrassed. They were caught off guard, and it took them a while. And sa.neter almost lost 2 friends, and he had to recover from it by disking me afterwards, just to get their friendship back, because they literally stopped speaking to him because they called it a draw. But I think sa.neter was just trying to appeal, maintain friendships, maintain relationships at the same time, be fair. But now, it was an onslaught. A lot of stuff Morpheus made up like he always do.
All right, Apostle. Let's get to it, man.
I'm leading into it because, this is one of the questions that came up, because even you dropped a bomb afterwards for this. The debate was about, was Jesus Christ a fraud, and did he lie? So they said he lied in Matthew 24 when Christ said, "This generation shall not pass." And some of you standing here today shall see the Son of Man coming in his glory. They say, well, they died, and he hasn't came in his glory, so he lied. But that's just because they don't understand scripture. Christ says something similar very early in his ministry when he called Andrew and Simon to follow him. They said, yeah, Lord, but let us bury our father first. And Christ said, let the dead bury the dead. Now, I could use that same analogy saying, what you mean by that? How can the dead bury the dead? Or I can take the position that obviously Christ is not a lunatic, and he had to know what he was talking about. So it will be up to the reader to find out what is Christ talking about and why is he referring to the dead when obviously dead people can't bury dead people, or can they? My reason of questioning here, do you understand my analogy of the two scriptures?
Can the dead bury the dead, and what was the other scripture?
Was I say unto you, some of you standing here today shall not pass, but shall see the Son of Man come in his glory.
Well, without having an extended period to look at those two scriptures, I'm not exactly sure whether I am going to agree or disagree. I do think that, and you know this already, I do not take Jesus of Nazareth to be a historical character, right? And so I am willing to accept that what is written from his word is usually meant to be an allegory as well.
Okay.
And so I would just think that those two statements mean more than the actual literal words that are represented by the statement. So I don't know if I would have said that Christ is if this is exactly what they said, because I didn't read it, I didn't see it, but I don't think I would say that he's a liar because of that, but definitely as someone who believes that there's a mythical Christ rather than a historical Christ,
Right.
it does not sound like those are what I would call lies per se.
Right.
All right. Let's go. Apostle, do you have any questions, man? Enough of the pussyfooting. Enough of the pussyfooting.
That was just a question.
sa.neter, we need you to calm down, man.
Oh, no, you know what?
And show some decorum.
I need to get Easy Bands up in here because I know he's in the fire.
He's used to us beating each other about the face and head.
Yes, exactly.
I haven't seen my dear brother Apostle, who I actually, as much as we have sparred with the two of you, I think you're decent people, right?
I agree.
So
I agree.
I haven't seen him, so he's catching up. I get it. But sa.neter is also like, look, man, this is the fight. What are y'all doing? So,
No. He needs to cool his heels. There's a he just needs to cool his heels for a minute and work out work some patience, man. Do diligence, man. Show some respect, man.
sa.neter, they're saying you need to do some meditation and some deep breaths. And
yes, absolutely.
So I'm sure you will have some more difficult questions, though.
Yes,
When he said we're going to let you put Jabari on the hot seat, I'm sure immediately you said, "Oh, this brother got an answer for this."
I gotta get Brother Gideon up in here, man. Gideon ain't gonna play around, man. We need Gideon up in here.
sa.neter, you need to stop crying. You look bad.
So where are those challenging questions that you think I've either not answered adequately or?
I got one.
Okay.
I just need sa.neter to be cool. That's all.
Okay.
Just be cool. Let me share my screen. Oh, yeah, not right now. I don't want to do that just yet. Okay. Let me do this. Okay, let me cut. See, sa.neter just threw me all off guard, man. Let me pull up the PowerPoint. That's what I got to do.
If you want to,
Musa, thank you for the donation, the Cash App, brother. Thank you.
I meant to say peace to DMG, who I just saw on here too.
Yeah.
Peace, brother. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you want to, I could go.
You can go? All right,
yeah,
I'll hold back.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can see it.
It's very small.
So I'm going to just expand it a little bit for you. Hold on.
Here's your evening sports radio routine.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
That's better? All right, cool.
Yeah, that's good.
Just go to the spot.
Go on mute.
It happened on the open road, out on the water.
So these are the pyramid texts. This is Unas's utterances. These are the same ones that you pulled up the other day, didn't you, Brother Jabari?
I don't know exactly which text you're looking at, but I believe it is from the Merkut text, the pyramid text. Sometimes called the pyramid text.
Okay. So just to give a brief summary of what I was saying last time, and it seemed like you were disagreeing with me. I was saying several things. I was saying that the reconstruction that you're doing with your priesthood is basically, I would define it as a modern religion, you know, with some inspirations from ancient Kemet. And on top of that, the inspiration that you're getting from ancient Kemet is very, very limited in terms of, you know, you're only looking at, for example, you're only looking at mostly the texts that have to do with, you know, pyramid texts, burial, coffin texts, and what do you call? Yeah, basically coffin texts. And so those represent a small, very small section of what would generally be, you know, understood as Kemetic religion. So my point was to say that the reconstruction that you're doing, while it might be an authentic attempt, you know, is not a historically authentic representation of ancient Kemetic religions. So that's just a summary of what I was my point was to you. And I brought up a few points. I gave a few reasons why, you know, just like I did just now. You know, that on top of that, you have the fact that, you know, you had you know, different dynasties and different periods, and the religion changed dramatically. So the question would be, you know, which one of those time periods are you basing your reconstruction on? Now, last time you said that it was, you know, you're basing it on, basically you analyzed all of them, and that's what you're basing your reconstruction on. And I made the point that, you know, that right there disqualifies any real authentic, you know, iteration of what was happening back then, because that wasn't present at that time. So there's other things like the oral tradition is largely vanished. The ritual performance context is unrecoverable. Surviving texts are fragmentary and damaged in a lot of cases. Temple libraries are mostly lost. You know, there's even, you know, I would say slightly contradicting theologies that exist. But let's start with this right here, because you basically called me a cannibal, and so I wanted to see how you feel about these cannibal hymns that you find with Unas himself. And it's funny that you actually brought up Unas, because, you know, after calling me a cannibal, you try to think that, you know, maybe I shouldn't use Unas because he has all these cannibalistic hymns in here. So let's just go over a few of them for the audience. All right. So this is a pyramid text. It is the pyramid of, it is the utterances of Unas. All right. And these are known infamously as the Unas, as the cannibal text.
Easy man, turn on your camera.
All right, bet.
Kassad, turn on your camera.
Okay, so
what's your question now?
So let me just read some of these, right? And sa.neter, you believe in reading things literally, right? That's how you hold us, you know, you hold us to that standard with the Bible all the time, right?
No.
So, what's that?
Brother, just ask your question, man. Just go ahead.
I'm reading.
Hold on. He did
I know
ask
we have
this question.
Yeah, so we have to have a standard here, right? You believe in, when we read the primaries, or basically this is a translation of the primaries, but if we read the primary, we have to read it for what it says, right? And not interject our own
yes,
our own interpretations on it.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
So we'll start at 394. You know, Unas, basically it says Unas feeds on his mothers, right? So 394, after they seen Unas appearing and powerful as a god who lives on his fathers, who feeds on his mothers. Unas is a lord of craft, whose name his mother does not know. All right. So there you have Unas feeding on his mothers. Okay. Then we have
one second. Are you reading what's on the screen?
Yes, I am.
I don't see that.
So this is paragraph 394. Let me just highlight it for you.
Okay.
You see it now?
Give me 1 sec. I'm pulling up mine as well.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
So there you
Okay.
see that Unas there you see that Unas, right? He's appearing as a
Yep.
powerful God, as powerful as a God who lives on his fathers, who feeds on his mothers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's just keep going right quick. I pointed out a few of these. So let's go to 397 right here. It says, Unas is the bull of heaven who once suffered. And where you see these basically these brackets, that means that that's basically an interpretation, most likely, or something like that, right? It's not, so yeah, so let me just keep going.
Those are usually references to lacune.
Yeah, so it says he suffered one, and who has decided to live on the essence of every god, who eats their entrails when they come from the isle of fire with their bellies full of magical charms. So you see there, he's eating the entrails of the gods as well. Let's go to 400, okay, where this explicitly shows us that Unas, who eats men, who lives on gods, Lord of messengers, who gives instructions. So we see that Unas right there eats men. And this is your doctrine, basically. This is the same doctrine that you use to try to come at me to show, because I remember I was trying to explain how different emphasis were put on different time periods, right? Different dynasties and different kingdoms. And I was trying to show that in the old kingdom, the emphasis was mainly on the king and royalty, right? Those are the ones who experience the afterlife, if anything. And you basically said no. And I said in the new kingdom, that's where you find that's where you find the afterlife being presented or emphasized more for individuals. But you said no, the afterlife, you brought that example of Unas and say that the afterlife was being talked about in the old kingdom, which wasn't my point. But so here we find that Unas eats men and lives on the gods as well. So what else do we find about Unas? So it says 402, indeed Khonsu, the moon, who slaughters the lords, cuts their throats for Unas and takes out for him what is in their bellies, the messenger who he sends out to chastise. So basically my point by saying this is we see cannibalism in this myth right here. Okay, and this is Unas. You brought this out. If we read it as it is, as the Egyptian would understand it, it's basically referencing cannibalism. So what would your rebuttal be to that? And I don't need your interpretation, because I know you're going to try to interpret it and say that this is metaphorical or whatever it may be. But my point is that the ancient Egyptians didn't see it that way. They read these things literal, basically. So what's your response to that?
You said a lot. And I first want to say you are making the claim that they see it literally, but I don't agree with your analysis that they see it literally. And I don't think that there is a scholar that would argue that that is literal, particularly also, and you've probably, if you've listened to me enough on sa.neter, you've heard me say this, the deities are metaphorical. They aren't literal entities. They are metaphorical. But I do want to say that in this instance, what we are seeing is that Unas, as he becomes a divine force himself in the afterlife, is taking on the substance. You even use the word essence, I believe, brother. The essence, right?
No, I said Unas who eats men.
Yes, but I'm quite sure that you remember using the word essence. Do you not?
I'd have to look back. No.
Okay, look back. You'll see the word essence. You'll see. I can tell you the utterance, but I want you to find the utterance.
But here it says, Unas is he who eats men.
Now, hold on, Easy. You got to let him answer now.
Yeah. So I think that we have to recognize that in this instance, we are talking metaphorically. We are talking about taking in the power of those who are divine in order to become divine oneself. And I want to be really clear that in the Christian tradition, we're not talking about a metaphorical. Let me give me 1 second. I want to be really clear that for the majority of Christians in the world, they have what is called transubstantiation. This is for the majority of Christians. I believe you consider yourself a Christian, dear brother.
Yes, sir.
So instead of a metaphorical consuming of a divine force, the majority of Christians in the world, if you can share this, sa.neter. sa.neter, if you can share this. sa.neter, share. You're going to see this is called transubstantiation. Let me move in a little bit so you can see it clearly. This is from the website desiringgod.org. And the term that is used is transubstantiation. What Catholicism teaches about the supper. Let me get right down to it. Here's the catechism of the, oh, goodness, why is that doing that? The catechism of the Catholic Church. And it actually says, in the liturgy of the Mass, we express our faith in the real presence of Christ under the species of bread and wine, genuflecting or bowing deeply as a sign of adoration of the Lord. The Catholic Church has always offered and still offers the sacrament of Eucharist to the cult of adoration. So interesting that the Catechism of the Catholic Church uses the term cult for itself. But what I want you to understand is that the literal description here is from the Catechism here. By the consecration of bread and wine, there takes place a change of whole substance to the bread into the substance of the body of our Lord, and the whole substance of the wine into the substance of his blood. This change, the Holy Catholic Church has fittingly and properly called transubstantiation. So that's the principle that is described there. But I want to say something to you. I want to acknowledge that when you're actually looking at what is sometimes called the cannibal hymn in the pyramid text, you're actually seeing that in order to become divine, Unas is taking in the essence, that's the word you used, of the deities. You're going to see that in the pyramid text, and you are correct. It is there.
Okay.
Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that in a text that is thousands of years older than the Christian Bible or even the Hebrew Torah, that you see one taking in the body of a divine force? I'm not sure if you realize that what you've actually done is explained once again that these concepts come from somewhere, that they did not originate in Christianity. Now, there's nothing in the Kemetic tradition that says that you're eating the actual blood, flesh of an actual literal being. That's in your tradition, not mine. But we have to understand that now I know that some of you are old enough to remember when copies were mimeographs. I remember mimeographs from when I was a young person. And when I got tests, they were mimeographed. I know Apostle remembers mimeographs. Possibly Yara does too. If you're a little older, you remember them. One of the problems with going to school in the hood is that when you got the test, sometimes you could barely even read the questions. You were like, look, this has been mimeographed 87 cajillion times. I can no longer recognize what it's saying. I would argue that in some senses, the Christian tradition is a copy of a copy of a copy of a darn copy, to the point where some of the concepts are no longer as clear as they once were. And so I would clearly say that That is what we see when we see this, as you call it, the cannibal. By the way, the Kemetic text does not call it the cannibal hen. Later historians called it that. I have to also respond to several other things that you said really quickly, and then I'm going to drop. First of all, you said the religion changed dramatically. I would love for you to substantiate, because you made a claim once again, and I know you haven't read anything. So I want you to tell me how the religion changed dramatically. You said also, because I mentioned the coffin text, by the way, you said I read mostly from the coffin text. I think you meant the pyramid text, because that's the one thing that you've read a few portions of. You do know that there's a difference between the pyramid text and the coffin text, right? Your quote was, you use mostly the coffin text, and that is the problem, right? But I want you to understand. Wait. I'll be quiet in a second. I want you to understand that in my shrine, we do not use primarily the coffin text, or primarily the pyramid text, or primarily that book that has been misnomered, the Book of the Dead, which is actually the Reyu Pert Emhiru Ger. In fact, we draw from a large compendium of text. That's how we do, because we do not believe that what we should do is simply restrict ourselves to a time. As I said to you earlier, the time frames were not devised by anyone because of the belief that the spirituality had changed. The time frames changed because of political changes in the Kemetic tradition. That's what gives us what we may call an old kingdom or a new kingdom. And those terms were not used by the ancients. They were used by they were used, give me 1 second, I'm trying to do something here so you can see this. They were actually used by later historians. I'm going to do something briefly that I never do in sa.neter. But I want you to take a look at this. This is just one random teaching from my shrine, just so you know. I'm going to share my screen. I don't usually do this, but it is public. sa.neter, if you can share. By the way, you're going to see here, this is an older version. But look, this is one of the screens from a recent teaching that I reuse it because we have to continue to draw from these texts. Here goes from the Merkut of Unas. This is directly something I would have taught from in my shrine. You could do the same thing for the coffin text. You could do the same thing for, I'm going forward just so you can see some of the, here we go. Here goes some of the section that we were talking about in that particular version. So what I want you to understand is we draw from all of them. And we don't even just draw. You also said that we simply draw from mortuary texts. I think that distinction of whether something is mortuary or not is not one that is helpful. There's some people who say these are mortuary texts. Yes, there were texts that were found with dead people, but I don't think that is significant. Anyway, I want you to also understand we draw from the maxims of Ptahhotep, not from a mortuary text. The instructions of Amenemhotep, not a mortuary text. We draw from a wide compendium of text across the Kemetic tradition. And you also said, this is a quote, that the tradition throughout the years has contradicting theologies. I would like for you to justify why you said that. So these are things you need to justify. You said the religion changed dramatically. Justify that. What's the argument for that? You said that we use contradicting theologies. I want you to justify that. These are just statements that you're making that actually are not bound by study. You don't know what we teach. You've never seen Kemetic Ascension. You have no idea what happens in my shrine. So I think you're making assumptions about what I do. And those assumptions are not based on anything that is tangible.
All right, all right. Easy Bands, you want to answer those questions?
So yeah, but I
No,
also
hold up. We got other people here, Easy Bands. You're long-winded. I want to know if you want to answer those questions, and we'll come right back around to you.
so
You
you
gonna
help.
get it.
So you don't want me to speak because I want to respond
Brother, I
because
said you're going to answer them questions, but
oh
are
man,
you going
so
to
here
answer
we
what
go, man.
Jabari said now?
Here we go.
He wants you to show it.
Yeah, I will show it. But listen, first off, I have to touch some of the stuff that he talked about. He went on for hours, bro. It seems like
I went on for hours.
And yeah, because I asked you simple questions right here, right? And I pointed out simple things, right? And of course he deflected. He went into Christianity, he went into this and that, he went into trying to pull the elitism card, which you want to be an elite and unquestioned, you know. So you went into all that. So let's just go back a little bit. You claim this metaphorical. I'd like to see like some primary text that shows that it's metaphorical, because as far as I'm concerned, you know, the ancients actually believed these spells, and they believed the rhetoric being enforced in them. So if you could show me that, I'd be impressed. And on top of that, do you actually preach, you know, this spell of Unas, where he says, you know, Unas is he who eats men? Is that something that you preach in your church or in your whatever you call it?
You know it's called a shrine, brother. You know it's called a shrine.
No, I was just lost for words because I wanted to call it a cult, but I didn't want to be disrespectful because
okay,
I
that's
know
fair.
you take it
That's
the
fair.
wrong way,
That's
right?
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
And so
we read the pyramid text in total. We even have what we call Seba'ite literature, where we read the text together. And yes, we go through those sections that some modern historians call the cannibal hymn. Of course we do. We don't omit sections of it.
So because my main point, right, is that your reconstruction is not really an accurate historical, authentic reconstruction of what was actually representation of what was actually going on. And I was saying that the amount of information, the amount of text that you're using is just a small subset of the larger picture of the religion that was happening at the time. So basically, you're just basing your reconstruction on the tip of the iceberg, and the rest of the iceberg is lost, right? It's lost, it's unrecoverable. You know, so for instance, a lot of these pyramid texts, coffin texts, etc., these were just for like the elite and royalty, right? How about the majority population of ancient Egyptians, right? There's no understanding of how they understood the religion or how it affected them. So this religion that you have, that you're forming, is just like an elitist religion for like the elite and not the majority of the population. So that just goes to my point that what you're creating is not really it's just a shot in the dark, like I said last time. It's like a roll of the dice.
All right. So you're not going to answer his question.
So I'll answer. So he asked to show how the theology changed, right? So basically, I showed, for example, in the Old Kingdom, right, the emphasis was on the king. The king controlled Ma'at. Okay, so he was in control of Ma'at, basically. Yep, he was responsible for Ma'at. Let me put it like that. So which means that he was in control of creating Ma'at in the empire or his kingdom. So you find that is the emphasis in the Old Kingdom, right? Is the king, royalty. And those are the ones that actually get to see the afterlife. Ordinary people, there's nothing there to show that the ordinary people were got this you know, this afterlife or whatever it may be. And then you see in the middle in the New Kingdom, you see that the afterlife now is available for individuals almost. You see? So that right there is a big change, a drastic change alone, right? That's an example.
All right.
I think that what you'd have to do, you made a case, but you haven't shown any sources.
Okay.
So I want to be clear. Here's a question I would ask you. And I think that what you're saying, obviously you got it from ChatGPT or some other AI. But I think that I even disagree with some historians who make the argument that you do. Not the majority don't, but some do, right? That in the Old Kingdom, the entire focus was on the king. And I always say, but aren't you just looking at kings' burials? So I mean,
and that's my point.
So wait. So in that sense, what the problem that we see is that if you're just looking at the king's burials, of course it will be based primarily on the king. There are burials for average people. Certainly they would not have had the wherewithal, the economic ability to have burials as elaborate as someone who was royal, right? But what do we see? We sometimes see the poorest people would simply dig a hole in the sand, bury their loved one, and guess what else they would include in that burial? Goods for the afterlife, for this general basic person. That's what they would include. I can show you an image of one if you'd like. It might take a second to pull it up. Not long, maybe 15 seconds. I can do that. But I want you to understand, if the average person is burying their loved one and burying them with goods, we can actually see that they are preparing even this simple person for the afterlife. So what I'm going to do, I'll show it to you. Now, keep in mind, folks, some of you are saying, one person said, well, Jabari is asking for sources, but where is his source? The reality is I'm going to pull a source. You have to remember the difference here is that I didn't know that he was going to ask that question. He knew what question he was going to ask. So the burden of the sources is more primarily on him than it is on me here. But if you want to give me a second, I can show you an image. I'm going to show you an image of a burial of a poor person. Give me a second. Because I think that when you see that, you'll begin to understand that even the average people believe that there was an afterlife. Even the average people believe that there was an afterlife. This is part and parcel of the tradition, the spiritual tradition of ancient Kemet. Let me show you one here. Okay.
All right. We're going to move on after this, Jabari.
Okay.
I have a source, though, just for the record, sa.neter.
A source for
my...
No. Just go ahead, Jabari. Go ahead.
But I want to see your source later as well. But we also want to make sure that we're able to let everyone have a chance to speak. But I do want to see your source. So if you can share that, sa.neter. Can you share, sa.neter? There we go. So this archaeological wiki, this is what archaeologists often add. Oh, that's not even helping it. This is actually what archaeologists sometimes communicate with each other in. And you're seeing here, this is known as grave number 11 in the Western Desert. Can you see the person here in the fetal position? By the way, why the fetal position? Because as they die, they are reborn into the afterlife. And you can see the pot. Can you see it here? Wait, let me get my cursor over. Here?
Yes.
You're seeing what are called grave goods here. If these average people did not believe in the afterlife, why in the world would they actually spend their meager resources to bury the dead one? I mean, they could just toss the body in the garbage, right? Why would they take their resources to bury the dead and then also include burial items as well? If you're poor, why are you giving away the things you have to someone who died? Unless you believe they are going to the afterlife. So what I want you to understand is when you focus only on royal burials, you're going to get the information that comes from the royal burials. But if you also look at the burials of the average people, you'll see that as well.
All right. Let me go to Black Sage. You got Revelation X in the building, Kassad, and Apostle. Who you going with?
The Apostle spoke greatly. Easy Band, shout out to you. Appreciate you, Jabari, for engaging. Brother Revelation X, because he's going to be briefly. He's going to be brief.
Revelation, let's get it.
Yo, peace and blessings to everyone, and my humblest apologies for not being able to come up. Jabari, how you living tonight, sir? You good?
I'm good, brother. Peace to you. How are you?
I am good. I'm good. I'm here.
Good,
I think
good.
the hot seat's a little cold, wouldn't you say?
They're gonna get to the point where they ask me more challenging questions. So.
Hey, Jabari, let me let you know. Hold up, Revelation. Let me let you know before Revelation come in here kissing Buki that he said he was going with Reggie yesterday, brother.
Okay.
With the debate. So I just want to let you know that.
There are going to be some interesting folks who agree with Reggie. And some that don't. I think that's going to be very interesting. And I'm also going to show, let me just say this really quickly. I'm going to show you another reason why we know that the Kemetic people are talking in allegory and that the deities are energies rather than actual individuals. I'm gonna do that in a little bit. I've done it before. And the problem that I have sometimes is that when I show something and I articulate it, people just move on. They don't actually deal with what I've said. So tonight I'm going to ask you all to actually respond to what I show you so that you're able to follow the reasoning.
All right, Revelation, let's go.
Yes, sir. sa.neter is an instigator, Jabari. Don't worry about it. They were trying to get the title of the debate correct. And that's why, it was kind of puzzling to me. But as opposed to tonight, I'm talking to you as a student. So this is student and teacher moment, right? Now, in terms of Kemet, there's the creation story. Let's say the creation story of the Bible. We all know it, Adam and Eve, and God created the earth and then he created man. It's a simple story, simple enough where you can probably explain it to a child. All right. Now, I have seen an image of a Cometian, and this is the best way that I can explain it. A Cometian with an elongated phallus aimed to his mouth, spewing seed. And when I asked about it, they told me this is the creation story of Kemet. I don't know if it's true. I think the person's name was Geb. You can correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be wrong. I don't know. But if this is the case, how would you reconcile that as opposed to showing a child this image of a Cometian with the elongated phallus aimed to his mouth and telling the child that this is the creation story? How would you explain that to a child? That's my first question. My second question and final question is, how, in your opinion, would you say that Kemet fall? That's it.
Yes. Now you have to know that second question, I don't even think I'm gonna do it any justice, right? Because you're talking about a society that lasted and is extremely powerful for 3,000 years. To describe how it fell would take more than just a few seconds. But
okay, in your opinion, why would you say it fell? Not how. That's a correction. Thank you for the correction, though. But why, in your opinion, would you say it fell? Not how, but why?
Okay. I want to be clear that sometimes what happens is that when someone who doesn't have an understanding of what they're looking at, sometimes what happens is they can look at something and not understand what they're seeing. Okay. And so that sometimes leads to lots of confusion, because if you're not able to see what the person, if you're not able to understand what the person is referring to, then sometimes you might think something that is actually not the case. Okay.
Agreed.
So
yes, sir.
So I wanna preface what I'm going to say with that, and then let's talk about part of the what you said that creates some problems with your analysis of a commission with an elongated phallus. And I want to be clear that what you are seeing in that image is not as you said, a commission. It's not a commission. The person that you're seeing, you were correct about one of the names, is Geb. Geb is a divine force, right?
Oh.
And that divine force is not a human being.
Okay.
And so because it's not a human being, then you have to ask, what is Geb symbolic of? Geb, many of you may know, is supposed to be the earth. And so if you are seeing that someone actually has his seed pointed towards his mouth, in this instance, what they are saying is that he is self-created. He speaks things into existence. And that phallus is supposed to be the seed of creation. It's supposed to mean that Geb, one of the Neteru, is actually able to create all things around them. It is not a person. I have said this many times to people who don't understand what they're looking at.
I hope y'all understand that, man. That's clear. Yeah,
and seeds go into the earth and grow. When you have an apple tree grows from seed, and then eventually that tree will bear fruit, and those fruit will have seeds. And then that seed goes back into the earth and creates once more. And so I want you to understand that that is what you're seeing. The challenge is if you look at it and you say, isn't there a man with a long penis? That's not what you're seeing. It's not a man with a long penis. It's a divine force. And that divine force is using his procreative energy in order to create. No one would argue that a man should actually take in his own seed into his mouth. He's not a man. Let me do this for a second. I'm going to show you one of the tombs. No, this is not a tomb. This is actually a coffin. And I'll show you the image that you're referring to. So as you look at this, give me a second. And folks, you have to understand that when you're on the hot seat, guess what happens? You don't know what they're going to ask. So it might take me a second to pull up a source, okay? Some of you are like, where's his source? If you just got asked a question, how would you have a source? But I still have sources because I understand the information. It just means that it may take me a second to pull it up. So look,
I was hoping you actually could pull it up because I can't. So that on my behalf, I apologize because I should have had the source in the picture.
It's okay. It's okay. You were asking a question. It's a good question. What some folks in the chat who want some attention. Chili Willy, we need to source up or shut up, Jabari. Here's the source. A picture is not a source. A picture's not a source, really? Why is a picture not a source? Why is I didn't draw the picture. It's a picture of a coffin from Kemet. It's not that I drew the picture and said, here's my source. This is actually actually showing one of the images put together by someone on their coffin so that you would understand this is their understanding. Can you see that a male entity that is laying on his back? And you'll also see that there is actually a woman above him. Notice that she is actually, in this instance, she is actually arced in an unusual way. Okay? She is not a woman. Do you know who that person is? That female deity is?
Mut?
That is Nut. Nut is the lady of the heavens. So the heavens are stretched above the earth. you'll often see this depiction of Geb and Nut. They are a husband and wife, and they bear offspring. You'll also see in some stories that Geb is supposed to be self-created. That's the one where you actually see him with the henenen, the phallus towards his mouth. I'm not sure if I can find that one as easily. Let's see if I can. I promise that when I find it, I will. But I also want you to understand.
So I'm sorry, but you're telling me Goddess Nut and Geb is his husband and wife?
Yes.
This is good. Okay, yes, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, they're husband and wife. This is a papyrus from Henutawi. Here's the one that you're looking for. I did find it.
All right.
And so in this instance, we are depicting, by the way, it's interesting. You know that there are probably, I don't think I would be exaggerating if I said that in this instance, you're actually seeing that there are literally millions upon millions, maybe even trillions of images that have been saved from ancient Kemet, right? This is the one that everyone always shows. It's interesting that they can only find one. It's one image out of millions. And the challenge that we have here is that there's little understanding. By the way, if you look right here, can you see this duck with the bee? Can you see that there?
All right. Mm-hmm.
That is the word Geb here. So it's telling you this is Geb. That's his name right here. And he is an extremely great Neter. Can you see this image says that he is a divine being? Can you see that? Can you see that? Yes?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, I was hoping that Revelation X would say he saw it.
Revelation, come on, man.
Yeah, so basically what you are seeing is something that would not be something that you would necessarily show a child. This is something that you have to understand, because if you don't understand what you're looking at, things will look strange.
Go back to that picture, Jabari.
Sure, give me a second.
He's man acting like a little kid. He over there happy. Look at him. He got all kind of nasty thoughts going in his mind.
Of course he does. Of course he does. But this is where it comes from. And you're going to see, I can even show you in writing where it says that some of the deities speak and they create from their word.
All right, Jabari, who is that? Who is that in between the legs, the dark man?
This I believe is Khnum here.
Khnum. It's
not a man. Can you see he has horns there?
Yes. There you go.
That's Khnum. Okay. I have to read it to know, because I can't see the whole image. I believe this is Khnum. It may well be Atum as well, or Amen. They're all depicted in similar ways. But I have to read the whole thing, and I don't have the whole image to be able to see his name here. But I can tell you
crazy.
Yeah, I can tell you the name of the deity there. I want you to be very clear. This is a divine character. It is not a human. It is not a human. And you know that seed is produced by the earth and then goes back into the earth and reproduces. When Captain Tazariak said this to me once, this is years ago, he was literally eating an apple. And I said, brother, you got
I remember. Right that was funny as hell. Say it again, Jabari.
I said, you got Geb seed in your mouth right now. And he looked at me like, and so you have to understand that this is not, you have to understand what you're looking at to be able to understand what's being said. And this is one, notice that you only have one image. It is one image out of millions of them. This was not a common depiction of Geb, but you should understand when you read the text, many texts, you're going to see that the divine force at the beginning of time creates from his word. And so that creation is depicted sometimes as the seed. This is what you're looking at.
No, I truly want to thank you for that, especially knowing that Newt and Geb is actually, I never knew that, so thanks for that as well. But my concern is basically that, and you said it, it's not necessarily a depiction that you would show to a child, which I actually agree upon as well. So, yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I agree.
This would be something that someone who was studied knew. This is on a papyrus where someone made their transition. That's what it is. It's not in a and the other thing is this, and I heard Easy Band say that what we follow is the tradition of the elite. He said that. First of all, let me imitate Baba Heru for a second and say, do you have problem with being the best of the best, dear brother?
No, my concern.
That's what Baba Heru would have said. Now let me say what Jabari says. The reality is that ancient Kemet is one of the world's first two literate nations. That writing we see in two early nations, Sumer and Kemet. That's the first two places we see writing. And I want you to understand that because writing was new at the time, not any more than 5% of the people at any time could read. So the reality is that most of what they would have heard would have been oral. They wouldn't have actually been able to read. Most people didn't read. Reading was not a hallmark of adulthood like it is in the modern world, because writing was new. For literally hundreds of thousands of years, human beings didn't have the written word. All they had was the oral tradition.
All right, Jabari, we got to move on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please go,
brother. Black Sage.
Yes, sir. My good brother, Kassad.
All right, hey, Kassad, before you go, because I know you're getting ready to get nasty and dirty. Yo, that's where y'all mind is at. So I want to ask you, you've seen the creation of the God, and you've seen the creation of the woman. So the creation of the Kemetic story have a woman. I ask you the question, do Yahweh have a female woman, a companion? Huh? I can't hear you.
No.
Oh, okay. Go on.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it.
All right, yeah. So, hey,
I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, no, they got some freaky gods. That's why they gotta do that. That's all.
Who got freaky gods?
You, Egypt,
freaky gods.
Egypt,
because the divine forces.
But that's not really. He tried to make us go to that. I ain't even want to talk to you about the sexual thing. That's not my.
Well, you just said it. I'm responding to what you said.
Right. Because he brought that up.
Didn't put that word in your mouth. You said it.
But y'all got freaky gods. It is what it is.
Okay.
What
the reality is? Most of the time in the Kemetic tradition, well, always in the Kemetic tradition, male deities have female consorts and female deities have male consorts. Because in the Kemetic tradition, usually the way that all things are created is through union of man and woman, right? So if you consider having intercourse freaky, then yes, they're freaky deities. But I would say to you, not having a female deity and creating is really freaky. How did that happen? Where does the baby come from? I mean, what? So I would think that having a deity that is male and female and creating life is not freaky at all. In fact, if that's the case, then all of us are the product of freakiness, huh? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm sure that your father and your mother had divine union. I'm gonna call it divine union to be polite, in order for you to be here.
Correct. All right, let's go.
So what we're not gonna do is play like you ain't like we don't know Seth and Horus is up there fighting, trying to put seed inside each other. That's what we're not gonna act like we don't know.
That's not the truth.
That is the truth. And I have several translations and I have several texts that says that. Stop playing with me. I already brought it out on sa.neter TV.
Kassad, when
ain't
you
no Kassad. No. You can pause. Wait a minute. You've been talking on the platform for over an hour.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. No. You've been talking for over an hour on the platform. Ain't no wait a minute. Ain't no wait a minute.
Go.
Ain't no wait a minute.
Okay. I'll make a note. And that note is going to bust your lip.
Wait a minute.
The note is going to bust your lip. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he gonna act like we don't know about Seth and Horus fighting with each other, trying to put seed inside each other. So that don't exist. That hasn't been brought out on the platform several times. That don't exist.
Are you asking me a question?
No, I'm making a statement. I know it's rhetorical. It's a rhetorical. We know it exists. Exists. Thank you. We know it exists. Right.
Okay.
But what I really wanted to get at you with is the whole we all know you making it up. Everybody know you making it up. Right. So you keep on here talking about these Egyptians and think these guys is real. Right. So what? You keep talking about these are only principles. These aren't real. They're not real. They didn't think these guys was literal.
You never heard me say real.
Okay. So they didn't think these guys was literal now. All right. Like we don't know what real means. So these people, these Egyptians, they believe that they can actually summon these entities, talk to these entities. They had to sacrifice to these entities. Right. And if they didn't, I need you to answer a very simple question. If they didn't think this stuff was real and literal, what are they taking literal lives for to go into the afterlife? I'll wait.
Don't you think you can talk to Jesus? Don't you think you can talk to Yahweh?
sa.neter, are you a part of this conversation?
Hey, Sa, did I tell you don't try to jump in?
You're right, Black Sage. My bad.
Wait.
Yeah.
Are you asking me a question now?
I asked you the question. You want me to repeat it?
No, yes, I'd like for you to repeat it. But the reason I'm asking because I don't want to interrupt you again. So please repeat your question.
You keep saying that these gods weren't real and literal. If the Egyptians didn't think this stuff was real and literal, what are they taking literal lives for? Killing literal human beings to go and serve in the afterlife for if this stuff isn't literal. The deaths are literal, the lives that they're taking are literal, but yet the afterlife and going into the afterlife, all that stuff isn't literal. Make it make sense, Jabari. We'll wait.
Okay. Now, sometimes when you actually see a child drop a mic, all we can do is laugh. All we can do is laugh. There isn't even a syllable that brother said that makes any darn sense. Here's why. I want you to understand that when you say something, by the way, I've never said the deities weren't real. I've never said, in fact, I keep saying to people, stop using the word real. But here he is saying, you keep saying that they aren't real and literal. I never said that. I said they aren't literal. And I want you to understand, when we say literal, we mean that they're actual physical beings. Isn't that what you mean? This is a question, a yes or no question for Chasad. When you say that the Kemetic people believe the deities were literal, you mean physical, actual beings, right?
No, that's what you mean.
Okay, so what do you mean by literal? Tell me what you mean. I'm going to let you speak a little longer.
They believe that these are real divine beings that they can summon, that they talk to, that told them to do stuff. Stop acting like these people didn't think that this stuff was real.
What does it mean when you say literal?
I just literally just answered. They thought this stuff was real. They literally believe they can summon these gods. They thought they can communicate with them. I'm answering your question because you said I didn't answer.
Listen, wait a minute. You're saying the same thing over again. I'm trying to get clear on what you're asking me. Instead of just fighting, let's have a discussion. Okay? Let's take it down a bit and let's have a discussion. I want to have a discussion with you. Okay. Now let's be clear. I can do this another way. I don't want to. I want to have a discussion.
However you want to do it. I'm ready.
I just told you how I want to do it. I said I want to have a discussion rather than a fight. Okay. Because I may not be trying to explain things to you. You sound like you might be closed-minded. But what I'm trying to do is also explain it to the people who are listening. So let me show you when people say literal. First of all, let me say this is what I disagree with. I don't use the word real because things that are energy, things that are principles can be extremely real. Listen to what I mean. I keep using this example. Many people in our community have died for freedom. Many. I have relatives that fought for freedom and died. Literal relatives, people in my lineage, direct lineage, who fought for freedom and died. but they never saw freedom. They never tasted freedom. Freedom is not something that is literal, but it is very real. So you won't hear me use the word real. I'm not going to say, I don't believe that the Kemetic people argued that the deities were real. You're not going to hear me say that. Chasad keeps saying I said that. Anyone who's listened to me knows that I did not say that. What I said is they aren't literal. And this is what I mean when I say literal. I'm saying that each of the deities does not actually exist as a literal, as a precise physical form. sa.neter, can you share this for a second? I've done this before. Some people are being disingenuous, so they're going to act like I haven't, or maybe they weren't paying attention. I'm hoping that that Chasad will actually listen, because I want to have a conversation rather than an argument. This is usually called the judgment scene. Okay? He's shaking his head already, like I said something wrong. This is usually called the judgment scene, right? And during the New Kingdom, many individuals, if they could afford, had a personalized version of the judgment scene. Okay? It has text, spiritual text, but they would personalize it for themselves. So as you look here, I want you to, I'm not going to go through the entire depiction. sa.neter, please don't put him on the screen. I'm trying to show something. As you look here, I want you to know that this brown man is known as sa.neter, right? That's his name, sa.neter. And we know that it's his name because, let me see if I can do this. I think I have a one that has enough resolution. Right in front of his face, we can see that his name is sa.neter. It's read this way. You read into the faces, sa.neter. This is Nefer, actually. This symbol here is a Nefer. And you can see that he is supposed to be a very well-respected man. That's what this glyph behind it, the determinative, means, right? So sa.neter in this story has died. He goes into the afterlife. He sits in front of the Neteru. These are the divine forces. And he gives them an offering, and he says, I want to go into the afterlife, right? Some of them agree that he has lived a good enough life to go into the afterlife. Those are the ones that have the Ankh on their knee. But not everyone agrees. Look at this. Can you see here some of them don't have Ankhs on their knees? They are saying that they're not convinced that maybe he doesn't deserve the afterlife. So then what happens next? He goes down here, and because they are not convinced, he has to have his heart weighed. He has to be judged. That's why this is called a judgment scene. And he's judged by Ma'at. Can you see the scale has Ma'at on the top?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, one of the ways that you know that they're not talking literally, is because if he is not able to have his heart, this is his heart, his Ab, be lighter than the feather of Ma'at, the feather is here on this side of the scale, then he will be devoured by this being. This being is a composite being. It's a crocodile, a lion, and a hippo. Now, brother, I don't know what city you live in, but in New York, there are some fine zoos. I have seen crocodiles, I have seen lions, and I've seen hippos. I've never seen a crocodile, lion, hippo. So the very fact that they made the being that ends one's existence, if you are not, what they would say is makeru, if you're not true of voice, be devoured by a being like that, shows you that, first of all, they're talking in allegory, because that being does not exist. Can we agree that there is no lion, crocodile, hippo being in the world, and there never has been? Can we agree with that? So, because his heart is lighter than a feather, he actually is able to go into the afterlife. So now you see Heru introducing him to his father. His father is Asar. Now, Heru is sometimes called Horus, and Asar is sometimes called Osiris. Those are the Greek names. But what I want you to understand is, after he is judged worthy of the afterlife, he becomes Asar. I want you to see it here. I'm going to read the glyphs for you. Let's make it a little closer. And you can see here, remember I showed you the word Hu-Nefer before? Here is Hu-Nefer here. That's his name. And after his name is Asar, the eye, the throne, and this divine character. So after he dies, he becomes Asar. What is my point here? If Asar, the most important deity all throughout Kemetic spirituality, all throughout the Kemetic kingdom, over 3,000 years, is a deity that you become, then it cannot be literal. If we can all be Asar, how can it be literal?
Bring it out, Jabari. Bring it out.
Jabari Osaze, because there's only one Jabari Osaze in this form. There's only one. I'm a literal person. Chesed is a literal person. All of us here are literal people. But if I could become Chesed and Chesed could become Jabari, now all of a sudden, the rules of the physical universe no longer apply. This is not literal. If everyone can be Asar, then how could Asar be literal? Do you understand what I'm saying? Asar is the principle of the rectified and resurrected soul. That's who he is. And this is one of the reasons why you must understand that when the Kemetic tradition says that these deities are all powerful and all existing, and yes, people evoke them, they can actually call them into being. We're talking about calling an energy force forward. I do that, brother. I do that. I actually call on the energy of Asar. I do that. But I am not talking about a literal physical. I'm not going to see a guy with a green face and that crown appear, but the energy of Asar is what I am bringing to the forefront. So just like you said the ancients evoke them, I do too. Anuk Asar. That means I am Asar. And so I want you to understand that this is the way the ancients viewed the divine force. And I'm going to tell you, I'm reading the glyphs. I'm showing you a papyrus. I don't know what else I can do to explain it to you. This is
all right.
It's called the Judgment Scene of Hu-Nefer, and it is in the British Museum. I have seen it in the British Museum.
All right.
Yes, sa.neter.
Say Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Say Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Say Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
No. Say Allahu Akbar. Come
Allahu
on.
Akbar.
Liz, come on, man.
Now, let me say one quick thing as well. In the Christian tradition, where you look at Jesus as a literal being, you don't become Jesus. If I was walking outside and I said, I'm Jesus, boy, they'd put me in a hospital faster than you. I would be in a hospital with the vest where my arms are tied. But that's not how the Kemetic tradition exists, because it's not literal.
Jabari.
Man, he didn't answer or respond to none that I actually asked him. Can I have the floor back, please?
I responded to everything, brother.
You ain't got to interrupt me. I did not interrupt you.
Yeah, go. Let Kasai go so we can. I can jump in really quickly, about 2 minutes, and then.
Yeah. And we got Bakwash here too now.
Hey, shalom, Elder Bakwash. Who is that down there in the corner with his finger up?
That's Harwin.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Harwin. You got to let the Hebrews go, brother.
He's on my go.
Hey,
yeah, and then Apostle ain't go either.
Apostle led. So y'all just we can do this. Go ahead.
So we see Jabari do this all the time. Oh, we pray for freedom, and no. Are you telling me freedom's a real person? Look. They're not sacrificing to freedom.
Facts.
What are you talking about? These Egyptians are sacrificing to these gods. They're calling upon these gods. These gods are telling them to go and wage war on people, and I giving you the ability to conquer lands and stuff like. Man, sa.neter, stop playing with me, man. This is supposed to be your HOK champion. The Egyptians are literally taking literal lives. So he wants to tell you they're taking the literal lives to go into a non-literal place, right? To go and be non-literal servants, right? So he playing with y'all. You notice he didn't talk nothing about what's called retainer sacrifice. That's what we're talking about. That's what I mentioned. It's called retainer sacrifice, where the king's servants, or sometimes even prisoners, were put to death after the king's death so they can go and serve him in the afterlife. These are literal people that are being literally killed. Stop sitting up here playing like these people didn't think this stuff was real, right? So are people sacrificing to freedom? And then on top of that, this is the problem. He keep only acting like the Egyptians are referring to these powers, these neters, as just the sun or the entity behind the sun. Really? So they're invoking the sun. The sun told them to go and wage war on other people. That's what you're telling me. Because when they say Ra told me to go and do this, they're talking about the sun told them to go and do this. When they say Amen Ray told me to go and do this, or Amen Ray gave me victory, they talking about the sun or the wind or Tefnu gave me victory. When they talking about, or Shu, whoever gave me victory. When they talking about the wind, the wind gave them victory, right? Stop playing with me. So when we get into these texts here, because he keeps saying that the Egyptians didn't think they were literal. Is that what Egyptologists say, Jabari? Here, I'm finna share my screen because we're not finna keep playing with him. We like sources, right? I'm finna share my screen.
Oh, no, look.
Only Allah Akbar.
No, you gotta say
Allah
Asa.
Akbar. Only Allah Akbar.
Say Asa.
Allahu Akbar.
Come on.
So let's get into this. Right, we see what's on the screen. This is going into the divine.
We can't see it yet.
Your screen's not sharing.
It should be up. I shared it.
There you go. It's coming up now.
Con, this book is done by Emily Teeter, right? And if you want, I give them the source and everything. This is from page 43, right? It's talking about the Egyptians, their statues. How did they view the statues and all this stuff? Like, let's get into this.
Zoom in a little bit so I can read it with you.
All right, let me see, because I'm on a laptop, so I don't want to zoom in too much, and I can't read it no more.
Okay.
You know what I'm
saying? Okay. I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah. And while you do that, I'm sorry just to interrupt you. While you doing that, just give us the source right off the bat. Just give us the source and then begin to read it.
Yeah, this is from Emily Teeter, Religion and Ritual in Ancient Egypt. This is done by Egyptologists, the professionals, right? It said, how did this is from page 43. It said, how did the ancient Egyptians view the divine statues? Did they believe the statues were representations of the gods or their actual manifestations? Texts that refer to their production indicate that the statues were considered to be just that, statues, rather than the actual god, nature. The statue functioned as a transient receptacle for the presence or essence of the god. He keep talking about, it's supposed to just be a spirit. It's like, stop it. The Ba was a powerful force that was always, we're going to keep reading. Got to go to the next page. That was always potentially present in nature. The divine statue provided a physical form, Ka, in which the Ba could reside so that human beings could communicate with it. The divine Ba was omnipresent in the cosmos. Letters from the Ramesside period call on gods and any god by whom I pass to give you a long lifetime. There are references from the same period to individuals feeling the Ba of the god on them. See in chapter 6. The constant presence of the god's Ba is also made evident by the multiplicity of places in which the Ba of a single god could simultaneously be manifested. For example, each village and town had multiple shrines, temples to the god of moon, and the moon was thought to be present in each. Many hundreds of statues of different aspects of the goddess Sekhmet created for the royal temple of Amenhotep III at Thebes, all of which are thought to have been erected in the same time period, are another indication of how omnipresent the Ba of the deity was. It enlived each of these statues. Looking at these examples, one might equate the Ba power of the god to a free-flowing emanation that could be summoned through and for cult rituals. Because of the literal mindedness, the Egyptians described the Ba power of a god not in abstract form such as energy, but concretely as a golden falcon that had the power to travel from image to image, awakening each with the divine being. The Ba of the god dwelled in heaven, for there are references to to the Ba that came from heaven to see its monuments. So he's talking. So if the guy he wants you to think that this is just talking about the sun. The sun came and saw his monuments. The sun came into this statue when they spoke with the sun, right? No, they actually believe that these are literal divine beings that were literal and real. Stop playing, Jabari. Right? Let's get into a couple of examples. Right? It says this, and the Ba of the God descending upon court statues. And you see the reference number. They got the sources. It says other texts given an even more physical description of the Ba. The Bentresh Stele Ramesside period refers to it as emerging from a shrine as a falcon of gold. And a text at Dendera refers to the Ba of Osiris as flying out the heavens like a hawk in glittering plumage. He soars like a falcon to his shrine at Dendera. He beholds his sanctuary. So this supposed to be Osiris, whatever mythological stuff Osiris supposed to be representing. This isn't the actual entity Osiris. They didn't actually believe they were communicating with an actual entity. Okay. Then he sees his secret aspects, the court statue, and installs himself upon the image. What is we talking about here? They didn't believe that this stuff was real. They didn't believe they can really communicate with these gods. They didn't really believe that they will meet these gods and stuff like that. They didn't really believe that. That's not what the sources say. That's not what the scholars say. That's not what the culture says. That's not what the archaeological record says. They took literal lives. They literally called upon these gods. They literally thought they communicate with these gods. They literally thought their spirit was coming and communicating with them. So I need you to answer. Is the wind communicating with them? They thought they were talking to the wind, or did they thought they were talking to an actual entity? I'll wait.
Kassan, while you wait, and wipe your mouth, drink some water. I'm telling you that for a reason, brother. I'm not.
I am. My mouth dry. I know. That's why I've been drinking water this whole time. My mouth dry.
Right. All right, brother Jabari, you want to respond?
Yeah, I want to show you something. Something.
I need you to actually answer my question.
Sometimes what actually happens is that people think that because they can form words that they're saying things that make sense. sa.neter, can you share this for a second? This is what Chasad is doing.
He's not answering nothing. He's trying to be funny. He's not answering nothing.
Let him go. Because
this is funny.
Sometimes when people think they can form words, they think that they're making sense. And that's a really sad place to be. Because one of the challenges that we must have for Chasad, and this is, I'm going to ask him to say a sentence. Because I think that he read that and he doesn't know what he's reading, doesn't understand what he's reading. Chasad, you continue to say that the people believe that the Ba can inhabit things. What is the Ba? I want a short answer. What is the Ba?
Do not answer my question with a question. Please answer my question.
You not answer the question because you continue to use a source, but I want you to actually
answer the question, Jabari. You're not slick.
Folks, I want you to be very clear that Chasad doesn't know what the hell he's reading. He's like a baby speaking. So he actually thought that that he was cooking when all he was doing is pretending to form words.
According to Kim,
no, Pastor, hold on.
So I want to be clear that the Ba, give me a second here, that the Ba is actually the soul. The Ba is the soul. So if you think that you have seen a soul, taste a soul, or experience a soul literally, then maybe that's why you think that the Kemetic people were saying the same thing. But what you read is exactly what I'm saying. But because you are nothing more than an infant, mouthing words that you think make sense, you do not understand. So let me show you something here. Give me a quick second, because remember, I'm preparing a source.
Yeah, man. 2 thumbs down.
And this will help you understand when you didn't hear our brother give an answer. He didn't give an answer because he doesn't know. And so he read a lot, but in actuality, he is not able to explain this. Okay. Here it is. Okay, this is on page 34, right? Give me 1 second. Page 15. Okay. So let me show you the source. Let me show you what I'm reading first. sa.neter, can you share? Okay. So this is from what used to be called the Oriental Institute. It's not called that anymore. But it's Studies in Ancient Oriental Civilization, number 34. The title of this article is A Study of the Ba Concept in Ancient Egyptian Text. It would have helped our dear brother really a whole lot if he had read this text before he actually got up here and, quite frankly, embarrassed himself. But that's exactly what he did, because you heard him say Ba many times. And I even asked, what does it mean? He said, answer the question. The reason why he said that is because he doesn't have an answer. So let me go into teaching mode for a second, and I'll read to you. Here's the section here, right? This is on page 15, I believe. It says, although referring to the Ba as soul, probably for the lack of a better word, Gardner correctly perceived its nature as one of the various modes of existence in which the deceased continued to live. Unfortunately, Gardner's trend of thought has not been followed in subsequent discussions of the meaning of Ba. Kurth Seath's treatment of the subject in his commentary on the Pyramid text was probably responsible for strengthening the old view as the Ba as part of a man's nature, which had introduced a dichotomy in the Egyptian concept of man that is a dualistic opposition between the body and the soul. So the body is literal, the soul is not. It's in opposition to the body. Did you not read this? It says here that it exists in dualistic opposition between the body and the soul. The Ba is not a physical thing. Now, as a Kemetic priest, do I actually call on the spirits of the ancestors? All the time. Do I make offerings to the spirits of the ancestors? Very, very often. But you have to understand that I have not seen the spirit. I have not smelled the spirit. I have not tasted the spirit. It doesn't exist in the physical world.
Jabari, have you felt the spirit?
What I want
no, brother, you can't talk. This is the Hebrews.
Ask a question. Listen, I'm going to answer every question you ask. Okay.
So no, that wasn't the Hebrews, Jabari.
But you can ask. I know that. But you can ask it, and I promise I will answer it. Okay, I will. But you have to understand that we're talking about something that is not actually something that is tangible. And so when you talk about the Ba of the deity, you have to understand that this is what we're saying. And yes, I actually call on spirits all the time. Can you please, sa.neter, share my screen one more time? I'm gonna read a little bit more from this piece. I want you to see. Is it still shared? I'm sorry, it's not shared. Give me 1 second.
It's not shared at all.
I'm sorry, I took it down and didn't realize it. Okay. It says in relation. Can you see that, or is it too small?
We can see it.
Oh, maybe now I made it too big. Here's another scholar that we're talking about, right? And it says in Otto, this is Eberhard Otto. He says, in Otto's opinion, the Ba basically has the same meaning in relation to the gods, to the king, and to ordinary men. That is, it is the embodiment of their powers. In relation to the gods, it indicates an embodiment of divine powers in relation to the king, an embodiment of kingly powers in relation to ordinary men, the embodiment of vital forces which an individual possessed during his lifetime. Once again, these are vital forces. Vital forces. And wait, I lost my place. Yes, which Otto thinks that the word Ba, used in relation to the gods and the king, can appropriately be translated by a word of abstract meaning. That is by the word power, which in relation to man, it comes closer to meaning of soul. So I want you to understand that this is what the scholars say. And by the way, I am one of them. I'm telling you that this is what the scholars say.
Jabari, you got to deal.
I'm
Jabari,
sorry.
You forgot to deal with his first thing when he came on.
Well, I'm going to go to it. I didn't forget.
How long he get to go?
And I want you
to respond to that before.
I want you to understand that in addition to this, you have to understand. E1B1 Afro says, Jabari, the people in Egypt believe Ba was a literal person. You haven't been listening. It's a vital force. I just read it. You have not been listening. The scholar just said it's a vital force. I've not seen a vital force. Have you seen a vital force? Now, I want to be really clear that vital force and energy is very powerful and potent. It's just not literal and physical. That's all. That's the reason why when they say, Jabari says these things aren't real, I've never used the word real. I never use that word. That is you saying that. And energy can be very real. Freedom is very real. Liberty is real.
All right.
Now,
Jabari,
hold on. He also mentioned that why were they killing people for a principle? Now, I want to be clear. People get killed for principles all the time. All the time. In fact, my relatives and your relatives probably have died for freedom. But let's be really clear that when we're talking about retainer sacrifices in ancient Kemet, even those scholars who believe that they actually happened, not everyone does, they actually say that they might have occurred under two kings. I want you to understand that there are over 300 kings in ancient Kemet. There are over 300 kings. That is less than 1%. So that if it happened, it was extremely limited. But I also want you to know that if you read the scholarly work on the retainer sacrifices, one of the major things that they do to say that it might have happened is they show, I did this in the last show, I'm not going to do it again for the sake of time. They show you an ivory label and they say that the person is stabbing and killing someone. It's not clear what's happening in the label. It's a stick figure. And they also say there are many young people that are in the burial around a particular king. Does that mean that they were killed ceremonially? To be very honest with you, we do not know that definitively. There could be lots of reasons why people have died. And in fact, in the scholarly literature, they used to say that Mentuhotep had ritual deaths as well. And then upon a little bit more research, they realized that those were soldiers.
All right, Jabari, we got to let Kasal go.
So I want to be clear that most scholars will tell you very carefully that if there were retainer sacrifices, it was an extremely limited time. It didn't happen everywhere and every time of the 3,000 years of Kemetic history. And there's no text that says these people were servants who were killed. There is no text that says that. There's no one has their head cut off or their throats cut. That isn't in the literature. I've read the scholarly information. And so this is something that you have to do more research on.
All right, Kasad.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad you said you read it. So let me pull this up right here because he don't know me yet, so I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't got no source on. Let me get in here. No, is this it? Yeah, this it. So this is going into retainer sacrifice. Let me get into this. Right here, I want to get to a specific part because he started talking about the we don't know and how this happened. So look, and we don't see.
Kasad. Yeah. As you do that, I want to ask you, how many fights did Floyd Mayweather have?
What did he retire at, like 50-0 or something like that?
How many fights did he have, Jabari?
I don't even know the actual number.
Anybody? How many fights, Easy Man?
50.
56. You know why he won all his fights?
Non-combatant, not. He only had 50.
You know why? You know why he won all his fights, Kassad?
No, I don't know why he won all his fights. Come on,
Because he got in the ring. He got in the ring, and he didn't have an attitude. He ain't had no temper. He was calm, cool, and collected. Because he know if he go in there and he's mean and he's mad and he's angry, he's not going to do well. So I'm saying that to tell you, try to lower it down and just deal with the information. You can still pop him, get Jabari if you could. Try to tone it down, brother. You ain't gonna get nowhere while you're angry. Trust me. Go ahead. I'm showing your screen.
Con. I hope this is zoomed in enough for y'all. This also
Hopefully we continue with outside commentary.
Apostle, I'm giving them good advice. Be quiet.
No, I got side commentary. You're trying to frame us. You're trying to put.
Go ahead, Kassad.
So I just want to get a little bit into this minister retainer sacrifice. So this is coming from the scholarly article as well. So he talk about we don't see decapitations and stuff like that. And look, so I'm gonna get directly into this. It says in some cemeteries there is evidence for dismemberment of the body, a burial custom not attested in earlier times. Parts of the body were buried or reburied separately. In a number of cases, the skull had been detached from the body, and in a tomb at Nakata, several scrolls and long bones have been carefully laid out along the walls of the tomb. Evidence of the post-mortem decapitation has recently come to light not only at Hierakonpolis, sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Hierakonpolis.
Thank you. But also at nearby Adaima, where at least 2 cases are known where the victims have been decapitated after his throat has been slit. These examples have been interpreted as cases of self-sacrifice in the beginning of the practice of retainer sacrifice, but caution is needed since the status of the life of the victims remains unknown. Firmer and more substantial evidence of retainer sacrifice comes from the royal burial tombs of the early dynastic period at Abydos, the kings of dynasty 0 and 1, when the centralized Egyptian state was formed, as well as those of the second part of dynasty 2 were buried there. The unification of the let me skip down a little bit because we ain't got to get into all of that. I just want to get to the more, you know what I'm saying, the points. It says here, who is depicted as king of both Upper and Lower Egypt on a famous slate plate palette from Hierakonpolis, now in Cairo Museum, or which successor Aha. Be this as it may, retainer's sacrifice in the necropolis of Abydos is first attested, burial complex of King Aha, and continues to be a feature of all the royal tombs of the first dynasty. The burial complexes of these kings consist not only of the tomb proper, an impressive mud brick structure built on high desert, which was once covered by a rectangular tumulus, but also of a separate funerary enclosure situated near the edge of the cultivation. The necropolis has suffered extensively both from loot and from less than careful digging by early excavators. Let's get into this. It says both the tomb and the funerary enclosure are surrounded by rows of small square rectangular subsidiary graves, each containing one burial, usually one coffin. The tomb of Aha had 3 parallel rows of 36 subsidiary graves containing of skeletal remains of young males, none of which was older than 20 to 25 years old. This uniform age is a strong indication that they were all killed simultaneously, apparently by strangulation. He want to say we don't know. Did he dig up these bodies? Did he test it? Do he know, like, is there cut marks or anything? There's only a few ways people die. It ain't a lot of ways that many people die.
What?
Well, It's not that many ways that people die. If you die in the battle, you're gonna see the war wounds. You're gonna see that. If these people die from famine or starvation, whatever, you're gonna see that. They can tell that. Stop playing. Right? It says, hold on, let me get into this. Further confirmation of the practice of retainer sacrifice, let's keep scrolling, comes from a very recent excavation of Aha's funerary enclosure by the American Mission. Here, the expedition uncovers 6 subsidiary burial containing the skeletons of what appear to be the court officials, servants, and artisans. Although the graves have been looted, they still contain funerary goods such as jars with royal seals of Aha and precious items of ivory and lapis lazuli jewelry, indicating that these people were no mere servants, but persons of some standing. They were all buried at the same time that they were all buried at the same time is made probable by the fact that the wooden roofs over the individual graves were covered by a continuous layer of mud plaster laid down over all the graves very soon after the enclosure was constructed. So he want to sit here and tell you that these people, we don't know they all were killed at the same. We don't know if this actually is retainer sacrifice. Stop playing, bro. Ain't no whole bunch of people, 20-some, a whole bunch of people all dying at the same time, all been killed, all been buried simultaneously right after the king died. And then you never address what are they doing taking literal lives to go and do something that's not literal. He's going to be a servant in a fake afterlife. He's not going to be a true servant in the afterlife. Now, I want to get to something that also he thought he rebutted me, but he didn't. Let me listen to this real quick. I'm going to share this instead because he just missed. He said, have you ever tasted the this and da. Listen to this. This is Jabari.
Do I actually call on the spirits of the ancestors all the time? Do I make offerings to the spirits of the ancestors? Very, very often. But you have to understand that I have not seen the spirit. I have not smelled the spirit.
So he said he haven't seen the spirit. He haven't smelled the spirit. That's because you're not Egyptians. The Egyptians said they saw these spirits. Let me get into this. Because he just didn't listen to what we just read. It said this. Because of the ancient Egyptians, because of their literal mindedness, the Egyptians described the power of a god not in abstract terms such as energy, but concretely as a golden falcon that had the power to travel from image to image. They literally say the Ba of the god dwelled in heaven, for there are references to the Ba that came from heaven to see its monuments. The Ba of the god descending upon the cult statues. He said he never seen the gods. That's because he's not an Egyptian. The Egyptians said they saw their gods. The Egyptians said they talked to their gods. You're not an Egyptian. That's why you can't see that as literal. So once again, they said they seen their gods. They said they summoned these gods and talked to these gods. If you want to keep going, hold on. We can get into this source.
Facade, you digging a hole. Jabari never said he was an Egyptian.
Hey, sa.neter,
I know he didn't say he was an Egyptian. I said he can't see it because he's not an Egyptian. Stay out of it. Stay out of it, son. Because the ancient Egyptians said they saw their gods. The ancient Egyptians said they talked to their gods. The ancient Egyptians said their gods told them to go do military campaigns. I got it up on the screen.
Same thing. That he talked to his God. That he seen his God.
Y'all keep saying it's not real. Y'all keep saying it's not literal. Stop interrupting. So let me finish him. Let me finish. This is my last Hadouken. He keeps saying they never talk to we don't talk to the God. We can't see the gods. But why is the Egyptian saying? You, bro? So you ain't say you can't see the gods and stuff. You ain't say that. You ain't say that here.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna have fun with this one.
Let me finish. Let me finish then.
The Ba is not a physical thing. Now, as a Kemetic priest, do I actually call on the spirits of the ancestors all the time?
All the time.
Do I make offerings to the spirits of the ancestors? Very, very often. But you have to understand that I have not seen the spirit. I have not smelled the spirit.
So you haven't seen it. You haven't smelt it. They seen it. They smelt it. They felt it. That's you. You not an Egyptian. Leave these people. Stay out these people's religion. So can I please get my screen share back up? Stop, please. I'm trying to share screen. Yeah, this is the last thing that he because he's not answering any question. They didn't think this stuff was literal, but yet they can summon. They seen these gods and stuff. Their gods told them to go do military campaigns against people. Right? So you telling me the wind told him to go and do a military campaign. The sun told him to go do a military campaign. The concept of whatever fertility told him to go and do a military campaign. Man, stop playing. We see in the poetical stele of Thutmose III, which is up on the screen, Amun-Re said, I told you to go and do this stuff and damage these people. I gave you victory over these people's lands. Remember, Sa, your God told you to go and fight. So did the Egyptians. Let's look at it. Right? This ain't no BS. This is on the screen. When we get into this, it tells you this is the speech of Amun-Re, and he's talking to the poet, the Thutmose III, right? And it says this: I made you. Hold on. Let me zoom in again. It said, I magnified your awe in everybody. I made your person's fame traverse the 9 bows. The princes of all lands are gathered in your grasp. I stretched my own hands out and bound them for you. Who is this talking, Jabari? If you can answer that very shortly, just who is it talking? Is it Amun-Re? Is this supposed to be Amun-Re?
Of course, it's Amun-Ra. Of course.
So Amun-Ra talked to the king and told him to go do war. But these entities and stuff aren't literal. He didn't really talk to him. They didn't believe that these entities was real. Or Salakia. They didn't believe these entities was real. They didn't believe that these actual entities. And notice, you always keep talking about a man. In having the most up respect for the ancient Egyptians, I never called their god a man. I never called their god anything except for an entity. That's the best way I would describe it, a divine entity, right? But let's keep going. It says, we see it says, I gave you victory. I let you beat up on people. I came to let you destroy. We know that their gods, that they believe that their gods told them to go and do stuff. Let's stop playing. Jabari is the one making this stuff up. So if you can address, please, the literalness of the Egyptians and stop playing like that's not what I'm asking you about, I would appreciate that.
Jeez. Drop a bomb, son.
Can you share this, please?
Yeah, Jabari, I want you to know that you get to ask questions too. Now they most of them are already almost finished.
Sure. But look.
Drop that bomb.
I want you to understand that Chasad is not ready for my history class. Chasad has to go to a basic literacy class first.
Oh, that's not fair.
Quiet, man.
Please don't interrupt Brother Jabari.
I want you to hear this. Look very carefully. This is his source. This is his source. In fact, when he read it, when you look at the video, you're going to notice this. When he read it, he said, I don't want to go into this because I think he actually heard it for a second.
That's not even why I said that.
What I said to you is that if retainer sacrifice occurred, it happened on a very small level. But we should be clear that we do not actually know definitively what happened. Look at the source that he put on the screen. It says these examples have been interpreted as cases of self-sacrifice and the beginning of the practice of retainer sacrifice, but caution is needed since the status of the life of the victims remains unknown. The author is telling you that this is not definitive. This of the life
that's a goddamn bomb.
Remains unknown. Chasad reading is fundamental, brother. Let's go to the other part of the source that he read, because I don't think he actually read it. Remember I told you that sometimes you can have a baby talking to an adult and they know what words sound like, so they're actually pretending to say something?
Damn.
Look at this. This is in the second paragraph of the second page he read. By the way, I just took screenshots. That's all I did. I took screenshots of what the brother was reading and not understanding. Look at this. He talks about Aha was succeeded by Dajer, whose tomb was surrounded by the graves of no fewer than 317 individuals, while a further 242 were found buried around his funerary enclosure. Let's look what what this important section of the paragraph says. It says, not all of the subsidiary burials are necessarily retainer sacrifices, however. Why would they say that they're not necessarily retainer sacrifices? Because they are not able to be definitive about the actual cause of death of these people. By the way, when I said earlier, I'm going to stop sharing for a second. When I said earlier, sa.neter, if you can put me back on the screen. When I said earlier that you don't see decapitations, he said, no, there are decapitations. But again, he didn't read it. It said it's post-mortem decapitation. When I said decapitation, what I was referring to is someone being killed by having their head chopped off. He's talking about something that happened after they died, which means we don't always know how they died. So I want to be clear. I'm not saying that I know definitively that there were no retainer sacrifices. No one knows definitively whether there were or were not. They are making a case. And even as scholars write, if you're able to read how scholars write, Chasad, dear brother, is not, you will see that they are saying this is what we believe, but we are not sure. And that is what I said. Chasad, I've been to these sites. You, dear brother, have not. There were 300 kings of ancient Kemet over 3,000 years. They gave you the name of 2 kings that might have had retainer sacrifices. Don't you think that you would have to do better than that? If you're actually saying that this is something that you are arguing is definitive, the reality is that we are seeing something that is not clear. That's just as simple as it is. And I don't know why you continue to fight with this, because I think that you're not even reading your own source well. That is when this becomes embarrassing. By the way, I want to show you another image. This gets to something that that Chasad said. And I know, boy, I'd even mistyped the name, but I want you to see this. Once again, what you are looking at here, I'm going to share it in a second. sa.neter, please put it up. Okay, it's there. What you are seeing here is a statue that is in the Metropolitan Museum. And everyone in the world who knows what they're looking at will say that this is, they will say, an Osiris statue of Hatshepsut. Who is Hatshepsut? Hatshepsut is actually one of the female kings of Kemet. But I want you to know, they say Osiris, that's the Greek name. The name, I will use the name Asar. If Hatshepsut can be Asar, then Asar is not literal. If anyone can be Chasad, then Chasad is not an individual person. That would violate the rules of the physical world. I'm Jabari Osaze, the one you see before you, because there aren't a large number. Not everyone can turn into me. If anyone can turn into me, then we are talking about something that is not literal. By the way, let me show you this, because some of you don't. This is from World History Encyclopedia. I think you can see it. Let's see. Just so, oh goodness. Did I take everything? I don't know if you can see this, sa.neter, but I'm going to scroll down and then I'm going to remove my, you can see that I'm not making it up. This is called an Osiris statue of Hatshepsut, right? This actual image is in the Metropolitan Museum, and there are many people who will be able to tell you that this is actually who it is. So how in the world can the queen also be a Sar? Do you understand what I'm saying? The reason why that happens is because a Sar is more than just a physical person. A Sar is an entity. A Sar is not a literal being. Now, simply because a Sar is a literal being, does that make a Sar weaker than some other energy? I wouldn't argue that. I know that the reason why we're having this problem is because we have been infected with the thinking of the European who made these traditions literal. And you don't even understand that you are doing nothing but following the traditions, the thinking, the logic of your oppressor. Africans don't think this way. When I travel on the continent today, and we are actually making an offering to a deity today, Eshu, do the people in Ghana believe, in Benin, actually think that Eshu is a literal being? No, Eshu is a power. That's even on the continent today. There are deities that they still call on. Do they believe that they're physical entities? No.
You see what Reggie put in?
Sure, I'm ignoring Reggie right now. It's just not, he's nothing more than a child throwing food on the wall. I'll clean it later. And so what we have to do is recognize that we're not talking about something that is literal. But the problem, the reason why you all can't think that way is because we are being told that if it's not literal, it doesn't exist. It's not important. And that is the Europeans that gave you that idea. That's what it is. They took the chains off your wrist and they put them on your soul. And you haven't even been able to recognize it yet. So I just want to be clear that I think my brother...
You want to deal with that other part, Jabari, what Kassar came in with? Remember?
Say again?
Why don't you deal with that other part when Kassar came in?
I answered everything.
When he first came in, he started talking about the freaky stuff, remember? You wrote it down.
Listen, no, I'm not going to deal with that. I already dealt with it before he came in.
All right, got you.
And when he came in, I said something about it.
Can I get one more response real quick? One more response.
No.
Come on, he done. Let me get one more.
No, because then he's going to have to respond. And I want to move on. So I want to give Jabari an opportunity to all those who have asked Jabari a question. I want Jabari to now ask y'all questions.
I just wasn't finished though.
Now let me say this. Let me say this.
I had a question for him.
Hold on 1 second. We've been on since 7
right.
p.m. and it is now 9:23, and I have just been responding to your questions. That's it. That's it. And I have no problem responding to your questions. I've cleared my evening so I can stay here as long as necessary. Okay? But I want to be clear that I haven't asked you anything yet. So, as we are talking, this is going to be for easy bands. Okay, I'm going to have some things for Chasad and for all of the people who have spoken a little bit.
But sa.neter, you didn't let me land
Come
my
on,
case.
easy bands, cut it out, brother.
Everybody, brother, it's 2.5 hours and I haven't asked a question.
Easy band, you said
you didn't let me speak. When did I ask a question?
You asked me a question and I was supposed to land my case. sa.neter cut me off, man. I had sources and everything up.
Nah. You spoke for a long time, brother.
You just cut me off, brother. I didn't even. It was just starting to get good. He was responding. I was.
Now it's getting ready to get good. Now.
Let Jabari
let me drop my source.
Yeah, after Jabari, we'll come back to you.
Oh my goodness.
Let Jabari ask his question.
Folks, when am I ever going to be able to ask you anything? I mean, I don't know why we're arguing that. I don't get it.
I think it would be fair, Jabari, if you allowed.
Yo.
Wait, I'll listen to Apostle. Go
ahead, Apostle.
I think it would be fair if you at least allow me and Yara, who's been here from the beginning, before you, let it go around. I haven't even had my only thing I shared.
Okay.
Really on
sa.neter. Okay, I heard you, Apostle. sa.neter, this is your show. But I am willing to let Yara and Apostle ask their questions, and then I'm willing to do that.
All right, so Apostle, go ahead. We're gonna go with you on this one.
Okay, now don't rush me, side, but it ain't gonna be but a minute. You be quiet, it won't take long.
I don't need to rush you if it's gonna be a minute. But we'll see.
I'm gonna share my screen real quick, and then I want to share it again. But I just want to show this real quick. This is something that am my screen sharing?
Yes, it is.
Yes, screen sharing.
You shared something that looked like this. This is a burial in Egypt that they was discovered of a peasant guy. This is not royalty. Of course, because it would have been all wrapped up nicely. It wouldn't be in this fetal position. Like you pointed out, yours was in a fetal position because his birth, it has to do with life after birth. No, that's just the way the common people were buried. They wasn't wrapped. They didn't have all this stuff in the tomb.
Correct.
It was actually one of the burials they found around the tomb of Joseph that they just located. And the reason why they had such a hard time locating it, because the Commissions didn't call Joseph. They didn't call the Israelites. And here's the source. And I come up here about, this is the book that I'm dealing with now. And the author of the book, you can screenshot that.
Wait a minute. Wait. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I'm pulling up my source to wait. Hold on 1 second. Oh, goodness. Wait, hold on 1 second. Doing a lot here. Okay, so what does it say in that book?
Okay, this book is dealing with Joseph. What time that he was in Egypt? Why you don't find information like Joseph, because they didn't use that name. They used a different name. It was S-H-A-L-A. I can't, but it's in the book. I want you to check out the source here and go. I just ran across this today, so I haven't had a lot of time to get into it. But when I saw your skeleton, I said, that looks like the skeleton that I just saw today. It's very similar. But dealing with that, and then when I get down here, this is dealing with the excavation in Egypt of the area that the Israelites lived in. And this here, 15, is a position, is his tomb. Wait a minute. Yeah. This was the actual tomb of Joseph, the governor in Egypt. And the area that Israel built while Israel was in Egypt, before they were slaves, during they were slaves, this is the Goshen, this is the area that they built. They are excavating it now. And they was talking about the tomb was empty, and they expected that because Genesis 47, you can read that when Israel left, they took the body of Joseph and the body of Jacob out of Egypt when they left. Even got the name of Joseph's brother that succeeded him as the right hand to the king. Binyan, which is short for Benjamin. And then it gets to Amos, who was the king that didn't know Joseph and who started enslaving the Israelites, who are actually the Hakakasu, the shepherd kings. That's the way Egypt referred to them. Joseph went into Egypt between 17 and 1600s. They left between the 1400s. It was during that time of the Exodus. Now you can get this book. They even got a depiction of what they think Joseph might have looked like based on this statue that they found. Now, hold on. There we go. Based on this particular statue that they found, and they recommissioned it to look like the painting one with the eyebrows and stuff like that. And you notice they kind of did him like he was a white guy. But we know that's how they do. This is the author of the book. The book is what you call when you peer reviewed. So you can get the book. You can get
Apostle, I just came from the bathroom. Are you asking a question or are you teaching?
No, I'm just showing what I'm doing.
No, brother. Oh, no, brother. Just ask a question, Apostle. That's all I need you to do because you're taking up time. If you don't have a question, let me move to Black stage.
I want to, I'm going to respond to what he's saying.
Yeah, and that's why I'm talking to him.
Yeah, but that type of talk takes an hour. We all know you, Apostle.
I'm about done.
But he's done. He's done.
Okay.
He's done.
I'm about done. I got one other slide to show.
Please, just try to speak quickly, okay?
Yeah, I have one other slide to show.
All right, go ahead.
That I like to show. Dealing with, let me stop sharing. And let me come back in and share again. Where's my shares? Where's my sharing stuff?
You took it down. You took it down.
Now I know I stopped sharing, but I want to reshare.
Oh.
And I need to shrink down. I probably need to shrink down my screen. Now it's too big.
Jabari, did you hear about this information here?
Which information?
On the screen, showing it. That was my point for showing.
I follow scholarly work. What he's showing is not scholarly.
Right. They said they found the tomb of Joseph. Yeah, right.
I mean, when they find tombs of commissions, you don't have a problem with it.
In the museum?
Well, one of the things. Wait. Let me respond. I'll respond. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
I'm trying to find. I want to share my other thing. The share button. In the hell? Okay, here. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. Okay, I should be sharing. You don't see my screen?
Yeah, we see.
No, this is the wrong thing. It's not sharing, but this is the wrong thing. Stop sharing. Share. There.
Okay, brother, come on.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up, man. Just give me a minute.
Okay. want to give you time, but I also,
Yeah. I don't know why I just didn't share. You should have just shared. But okay, is my PowerPoint sharing?
Yes, we see it. We see your screen sharing.
Okay.
I don't know about your PowerPoint, but we see your screen sharing. Yo, just lead a new technology to us, brother. Stay in the Bible, brother.
No. You don't see this.
He's trying to tease you. Come on.
He's
teasing you. Don't let him tease you.
Let me just read it.
Yeah.
What is spell 72?
It's not on the screen what you're reading. I want you to know that.
I understand. I'm just going to read it to save time. What is spell 72 in the Book of the Dead? Could you pull that up, Jabari?
I would rather you pull it up because I'm actually pulling up sources to respond to what you said.
Well, okay. Spell 72 in the Book of the Dead brings up the question about Seth and Horus and why he was violated.
Oh man, that's crazy.
The coffin text. Seth and Horus on the banquet in the key episode of conflict. Seth sexually abuses Horus. Seth violates and partly meant to degrade his rival, but it also involves a homosexual desire in keeping with one of Seth's major characteristics, his forceful and indiscriminate sexuality.
Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Bringing stuff like that.
This here was cited February 3rd, 2025.
Y'all should be ashamed of yourself bringing up stuff like this. When that's all your Bible is about, brother. It's homosexual stuff, brother.
Let him go. Please let him go.
Says that's all. Spell 72. If that's not correct, and if this is wrong, let me know.
Okay, all right, Jabari. And Jabari, real quick. See, the things that y'all call homosexual and stuff were not real people. But in your Bible, those are real goddamn people. Go ahead, Jabari.
I'm going to say several things. First, let me start by saying that our dear brother actually is trying to argue that the tomb of Joseph has been discovered. And I want to say to you that he wasn't able to show us the book. He just showed us the title page of a book. We can't, it's too small to even be read. We don't know if the book is a scholarly book. We don't know what it says about Joseph. He shows us pictures. They say they found a tomb. By the way, that whole thing is a reconstruction. You can see that on the side, there's a reconstruction. There's nothing scholarly. sa.neter, if you could put me on the screen. There's nothing scholarly about what he showed. And there's nothing even anything that we can investigate. There's nothing that we can investigate.
So
I want you to know, hold on. I'm saying if you want me to investigate it, you got to give me more information than that. But I want you to know that for an extremely long period of time, scholars have actually argued that Joseph is not a literal person, that in fact, he is allegorical. And for us to be trying to still find Joseph's tomb because they didn't list his name. I mean, what? So, okay. So why are they able to tell? This is the question that you should be asking. Okay. If there's no name on it, or if there's a name that doesn't say Joseph, and by the way, it wouldn't say Joseph, I'd love for you to ask them the question, how do they know that that is Joseph? How do they know?
Okay.
You can't wait. No. That's rhetorical at this point because I want to show you some stuff.
I
What,
understand.
what,
Finish.
wait. No, brother, I let you speak for a long time. I want to respond.
No, I stated it in the beginning.
Apostle, please remember the quorum. You spoke. Jabari got to respond. Go ahead, brother Jabari.
I just want you to know that for a very long period of time, biblical scholars have actually argued that Joseph is not a literal person, right? These are the people that are looking at it from a Bible standpoint, not even people who are, and many of them are people of faith, by the way, right? They're no longer looking at this period as a period that is identifiable historically. They're really, the overall majority of biblical scholars will agree with me on this. Most biblical scholars argue that when you're able to find some history, you have to go to the monarchical period. That's after the Exodus. Most scholars no longer argue that the Exodus is a literal story because they have not been able to find any of the data that is recoverable. In fact, so many of the stories in the Bible about the sojourn in Kemet have anachronisms. So it's just like we know that it couldn't happen because of what they say they had with them. And so I don't know that, I'm not sure if you know that. Here's a slide. Now remember, this slide is not necessarily about Joseph, but about Abraham. But I want you to read the source, okay? Take a look at this on there. I'm going to show you a few sources. This comes from Reconstructing the Society of Ancient Israel by Paula M. McNutt from 1999. She says, until the last several decades, historians of ancient Israel tended to begin. Did you say something, Saw?
Yeah, I was laughing because Abraham looked like Unc a little bit.
Yeah, he does. He does. So listen. Until the last several decades, Unc is there. Unc. It does look a little bit like you, brother. He needs some glasses. Until the last several decades, historians of ancient Israel have tended to begin their accounts of Israel's history with the so-called ancestral or patriarchal period, dated variously to Middle Bronze. I'm going to move past the dates for the early part of the late Bronze Age. Underlying these histories is an assumption that the traditions recording in the book of Genesis about Abraham and his descendants, those in the remainder of the Pentateuch about Moses and the exodus of Egypt, and those in Joshua and Judges about the conquest and settlement, preserve some historical evidence of a period preceding the birth of Israel as a nation at the end of the early Iron Age. But it is now generally recognized that there is nothing specific in the Genesis stories that can be definitively related to known history in or around Canaan in the early second millennia BCE. Abraham is and she has an example about Abraham. Here's another source I want to show you. This article, this is a scholarly article, by the way. Let me just zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to show you. Let's see. I think that's page 27. I'm going to try to come back down. Here's a scholarly article. It's called Joseph the Infiltrator, Jacob the Conqueror, Re-examining the Hyksos-Hebrew Correlation. Right? I could send you this article if you want. And I want to go down. I'm going to go back to, let's start with page 6 of this whole thing. Come on now. It's not letting me go back to the 6th page. Let's see. The first page is 23. So the 29 is where I'm going. It's actually give me a second. I want to read a particular piece of it. By the way, look at this. Okay, here. Other anachronisms arise in Genesis 41, 43, and 46, 29 concerning the use of chariots, with Pharaoh using one in an earlier verse and Joseph in the latter. If the Hyksos first introduced the chariot in Egypt and its appearance in the archaeological record is to be aligned with the Hyksos invasion, what are we to make of Pharaoh using it prior to Joseph's appointment, and more importantly, prior to Jacob's descent into Egypt? Of course, the biblical writers may simply have had no memory of Egypt without the chariot, so it is possible that we are all seeing a vision of Egypt from a time of comparison of the Joseph story. Notice he's calling it a story here now. The plot thickens. It goes on and on and on to explain why we should recognize that the story of Joseph is actually not something that is historically reliable. No, I don't want to go to King Jacob yet. Well, this is
like the video, thumb up the video.
This is where we go for this period. I want you to read the whole article. The whole article is an argument that we can no longer identify Joseph as a character that is recognizable. And in fact, it starts, the anachronisms in the story of Exodus have long complicated claims to its historicity, yet some of the usual suspects endure. Scholarly tradition has generally argued that the expulsion of the so-called Hyksos rulers of Egypt in the 16th century BCE was the foundation for the Israelite cultural memory of liberation from Egypt. With the shift in biblical scholarship towards the Persian and Hellenistic periods regarding the crystallization of biblical texts, scholars have moved away from extra biblical correlations pertaining to more ancient contexts. This trend, combined with locating earliest Israel within a generic Canaanite milieu, has led to the devaluation of the place of Egypt in discussions of Israel's origin. What they are saying now is that we're no longer at the point where we even look at that period as describing the emergence of the Hebrew people in Kemet. I want you to know that most biblical historians now don't even look at this anymore. And by the way, folks, I want you to know, I just showed you two quotes that I don't normally show you. I'm not just using all of the quotes. This is an article I read last week. I'm still doing study, but I want to.
Jabari, let's move on, man. Let's go to you can begin to ask questions, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to it in 15 seconds. Let me try to respond to what he said. He also mentioned that there's a section of a Kemetic text that describes Set actually attempting to abuse Heru. That is correct. Apparently, there is a text that refers to Set attempting to abuse Heru. Chasad said there's a text where Heru and Seth are trying to have sex with each other. That is not what the text says. And that's the reason why I wanted him to read it. I want you to understand, Chasad, that Apostle just contradicted you. Apostle told the story as it actually is. Set is the one that is attempting to abuse the young person that is Heru. It is not Heru trying to abuse Set. That's not how the story goes. But you have to understand that Set is defeated in the story, that Heru later defeats his uncle Set. So they're not saying that this behavior is appropriate. In fact, they're saying the opposite. This is something negative that occurred. And so that's how the story is told. And I want you to understand that Chasad got it wrong, but I want to give Apostle credit. He got it right. And so that's how this works.
Thanks, Jabari. But like between my speaking and your speaking, you was able to speak at liberty. Sa didn't interrupt you. Sa didn't rush you. He didn't do, but I was constantly rushed, constantly interrupted. And I said at the beginning, my point was not a point of argument.
Okay.
My point was from an educational standpoint, seeking information. I told you I just discovered this information right in the doctor's office today.
I get it. I get it. Now listen.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't even had time to look at it. I just was bringing it to your attention.
All right, hold up for a minute. Hold up, man.
God damn.
Instead of doing all of that, just get to your information, bro. That's what I mean by taking up a lot of time for nothing. Just say what you gotta say, Apostle. You ain't gotta do all the quiet stuff, brother. Just go.
As a person with low education, as your such, you might not understand my reasons for doing what I was doing, but I'm doing it for the benefit of understanding. I was doing it for the benefit of seeking out information.
Cap. You still talking, bro. Instead of just going in with the information right now. You got time to deal with Jabari, brother.
Let me say something really quickly. I just want you to know, sa.neter is in a difficult situation. He has like 10 people that he's trying to get to speak. So give him a little break, okay? It's not easy. All of you are asking me questions that I have answered for now nearly 3 hours. I haven't asked a question yet. So he's trying to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak.
I understand, but my question, I have been interrupted from the first time I talked.
Oh, wow. You said you ain't even read the book, though, Apostle. What's the point?
All right, hold on. I want him to finish. Let him go. Ask your question, brother, so I could get to Black Sage.
I think he asked this question. Are you finished, Apostle? Did you have more?
Point in bringing it up was, number one, not to present an argument. Was to present to Jabari something, information that I just gathered. And I just want to hear from him what he thought about it. It's the same as y'all always do. Every time we bring up something, you don't believe it, you don't accept it, you reject it. So I ain't never studied a damn.
Are you serious right now, bro? Are you really serious? All right. Apostle, I'm gonna tell you something. Because you my brother and I love you. You almost got me out of my bag just now. I held it. Trust me.
Don't do it.
Crazy stuff. And I held it in because I spoke to your wife today. So when you get off of this right here, kiss your wife and say thank you, baby. Today, and she showed me mad love, Apostle. And I showed me mad love. Be quiet. I don't need you to respond. She showed me mad love, and I showed her mad love, and that's what's keeping me from going in on you. So, come on.
Your mouth.
All right, just come on. All right, you got it, brother.
I'll be kissing your wife.
All right.
What do you say? What the hell is going on?
You're OBing now. Come on now. Don't do that.
Hey, we was doing good.
Don't OB. Come on.
Good, man.
Apostle, this is a hard job trying to keep all of us.
Might have a heart attack.
You making the people right. You making them right. Remember what they said earlier, that you ain't going to have no discipline? Look at you right now. You're the only one. But Black Sage, he proving them wrong.
Brother, that's all I've been showing is discipline.
All right, let's go on over to Black Sage right quick.
Apostle been doing good. I appreciate everybody tonight. I think we got a lot of information tonight that we haven't gotten before. Jabari's words, he shared some things that he's never shared before. And I think those things are very pertinent. And so those are some things that a lot of us can go back and take a look at. But I just like Brother Jabari to go. He's been up here a long time. He got a lot of questions. Well, I don't know how many questions, but let him get his question out. I would prefer him to get his question
There
out.
you go, man. Come on home, Black Sage. You already took the first step by calling yourself Black Sage and changing your name. Come on home, brother. Hey, you know what? There's nobody else in the world named sa.neter. I would even let you get little sa.neter, brother, if you want that. I'll let you get baby sa.neter if you want that. Yeah.
I'd rather hear from Jabari. He's been waiting a long time.
All right, let's go, Jabari.
Oh my
You
goodness.
can ask some questions now. We got Kassan here. We got Easy Band. He ain't run nowhere.
This is what I'd like to. I'm gonna pose this to Easy
Band.
Okay. And I want
and
him
after you finish, you're gonna bring in Bakwas and let him get it in.
Sure. And I know that brothers are trying to get in, and it's just a lot of people. It's hard, right? Because when someone says something, then there's a response, and then it's hard. So you beat up on sa.neter all the time. It ain't easy, right? Anyway, I want to ask the person who considers himself a Christian on this panel if he is aware. Christians often say that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are eyewitness testimony. And I want to ask if he is familiar with what is called the synoptic problem, because they are synoptic gospels. And so I want him to tell us whether he thinks that those 4 gospels are actually eyewitness testimonies, and if they were literally written by people named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You're muted, brother.
You said the synoptic problem. I assume that you're talking about what may seem like contradictions to some, right?
No.
Between the story, between the tales.
That's not really what the synoptic problem is.
Okay, so just clarify exactly what you're asking me.
Okay. You should know that at least 3 of the gospels are usually called the synoptic gospels, right? Apparently you're not aware of this. This is what biblical scholars have been talking about for decades, and it's interesting to me that you're not familiar with it. But the reason why they call them synoptic gospels is because it seems that that there is what is sometimes called the Markian priority. In other words, Mark seems to, at least the book that's attributed to Mark, right, seems to be the story that at least we see Matthew and Luke actually copying and re-editing the text that is attributed to Mark. And so the problem is that it seems pretty clear that that Matthew and Luke, I'm using those names loosely, and I'll tell you why in a minute, are actually based on Mark. So most Christians consider the 4 gospels as eyewitnesses. But if they're eyewitnesses, how is it possible that the eyewitnesses basing their commentary on another person who's supposed to be an eyewitness? Or do you take the 4? So this is the question I was asking. You're not familiar with it, so it's hard to even ask you the question.
Just ask.
But here's the first part of the question is, do you take that there were actually people named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John who wrote those gospels? And then I wanted you to try to address what is called the synoptic problem. There are probably hundreds of papers written on the synoptic problem, but it seems like you're unfamiliar with it. So let's start with the first question. Okay?
So yes, I believe that, those authors actually existed. In terms of the synoptic problem that you're bringing up, to me, I don't really see it as.
Pull your camera down a little bit, Easy Bands. Your neck is only. Pull it down some. There you go. Okay, you good.
All right. So the synoptic problem, to me, it doesn't seem like really a problem. I think it's just a lot of conjecture with the scholars reading into how the scriptures came about. Now, the fact that you have influence from what may seem like influence from one writer to another writer, to me, it just, and at the same time, there are differences too between these gospels. All right. So in terms of like some of the details, you find that there are some differences about the crucifixion and those events that happened. But at the same time, if you do find sort of like an influence there, I mean, it's not a contradiction, because these were stories that were going around and were popular, so that they would be known by each of these writers. Now, specific gospels focus on specific things, but in terms of your question about the synoptic problem, I don't see it as a problem, to be honest with you. It doesn't say that, unless you're trying to say that is proof that Christianity is false, but it's not.
Am I saying I'm not making an argument that Christianity is false? I would never say something that reductive, but I want to be clear that there are that these problems are problems that people have to address. I'm not sure if you know that those books that we now call Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were circulating they were anonymous. They had no names on them. Did you know that?
No, but the thing is, there's oral tradition behind it. So you can't just say that they were anonymous, because there's oral traditions behind each one of those books, those manuscripts that were circulating.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
you're saying that there's no name on the manuscript.
Let me restate it. The first time that we see those names attached to those books is in 180 CE. Before that, they are anonymous. Before that, we don't see anything named the gospel according to Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John. And
yeah,
so,
but I just
wait. So how in the world could you say that they are written by these people when for many years they had no author attached to them? And I want you to maybe you're unfamiliar with this. Let me show a source really quickly.
Say cool. Shout out to you, beloved.
Because it seems like you might not be aware of it. Okay, here we go. This is from the Titus Institute. I have a scholarly article, but it's going to take a little while to pull it up. This is a respected institute in the study of the Bible. But take a look. You'll see here, if you can share sa.neter, you see here, this is the title called Early Church and the Authorship of the New Testament Gospels by Ron Jones, D.D., Doctorate of Divinity, the Titus Institute in 2010. I want you to go down and you'll see that even this person who's a Doctorate of Divinity very clearly says by around 180 AD, Irenaeus gives us the origin of the four Gospels and their authors, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So what I want you to know that before this time, we have copies of these texts, but they actually don't have those names. They are anonymous. Those names are added to the text later. And so that's the challenge we have here. And so when people argue that there are four eyewitnesses, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, I want you to understand that those names they weren't even on the books for decades. That people put those names later. So when Christians do that, they don't seem to understand. And by the way, Indigenous Black Man says, who is Marcion? Brother, you're not ready for this conversation.
Yeah. So
you're not ready for this conversation. So I could certainly talk to you about Marcion, but that's not what we're doing right now. And so I want you to understand that there's no way that we can reliably say that what you are seeing is the works of four eyewitnesses, particularly because we don't even know who wrote the books. By the way, it seems that Matthew and Luke are based on Mark. The Markian priority is how I usually that's what scholars usually call it. Not Marcion. That you're talking about something else. Indigenous Black Man. That's not you're talking about something completely different. And because the words are similar, you don't know. It's okay, you don't know. It's all right. But do some research and you'll find out. And so I just want you to understand that we cannot say that those gospels are eyewitness accounts. Okay.
No, I mean, let me to respond to that right quick. That's that's a misnomer, should I say, because like I said, there is strong tradition, all right, that these books or these gospels were attributed to these authors and writers. Now, this is the thing that you're lacking with the cult that you're doing, is that you don't have these traditions to point you into the right direction. So you're making up, or you're putting in, I'd say 80%. Last time you said 85% is based off what you do is based on the text or whatever it is, primary evidence. I'd say 85% is based on your interpretation, your modern interpretation. So what you do is a modern religion. That's all it is. It's a modern thing that you just created. and it's inspired by some of the texts of ancient Egypt. Now you still haven't responded to that. I have the
brother. He's asking questions, brother.
Yeah,
Not you.
Let's be clear. That was the topic of our entire conversation. We spoke for like 2 hours.
I haven't spoken. No, we didn't.
And I think, and I want you to understand.
But you're cutting me off. I didn't even finish.
Yeah,
you're not answering his question.
You're not answering the question.
I did it. I answered it already.
All right, you're finished. You're finished. Now Jabari is still asking questions, brother.
Can I piggyback off that on that question really quickly? Just for a few seconds.
Who is that speaking? Is that Yara? Please let Yara speak because he has been very patient.
Black Sage Jabari. Black
Sage. Please let Black Sage speak for a moment.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The only pushback I would have with that, so I understand what Jabari is specifically talking about when he talks about the synoptic gospel problem. Is actually a theory, right? So it's not something that's rooted in fact, right? And so basically, it is saying that it's not because that it's a problem because they are in opposition to what they say in the text. It's because they are too similar in what the text actually say when you compare them, right? So that's the actual problem, right? Which shows that there has to be a common source among the three, right? And not necessarily three individual accounts. But that's how let's do an easy cut with that, right? Because once you include Luke within that argument, within the text itself, whether or not either one of those were named, right? They're not anonymous because in the book of Luke, right, which we refer to it as the book of Luke, Luke actually writes and says, I'm writing this because I have been commissioned by a certain person to write this. So that's how we know that the authorship of Luke is really authentic to Luke, right? So when we look at these things, a lot of these things are theories, right, that people talk about and different things like that. So these are pretty good questions because then you have to go even further and talk about, well, what is the Q source? Even the Markion, I understand what Jabari is talking about as well. But we also have extra biblical sources that gives us the tradition that it is Mark who in Alexandria began the first quote unquote Christian church. He established that church. So he's the first bishop in Alexandria. Yes.
Okay.
What are you laughing at?
I want to be really clear though, Yara, that there are lots of
Black Sage. His name is Black Sage.
Okay, sa.neter, please.
He's not Yara no more. Not Yara.
Black Sage. Black Sage. I want to be really clear that that argument that that Mark actually established the church, that is legend. It's folklore. We have nothing that actually articulates that literally there was a person named Mark. It's folklore. I've been to the place where Mark was he supposedly came to preach. They say that there's a tree in the area, and by the way, it's not in anyway. And so I don't want to go into it too far, but you should know that that is all a legend. It's not something that is able to be explained historically. So take a look at this, sa.neter. Please put this on the screen. Scholarly article, right? The synoptic problem on Matthew and Luke's use of Mark by Andres Abacooks, okay, from Birkbeck College in the UK. And in the summary here, he says, in New Testament studies, the synoptic problem is concerned with the relationships between the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Assuming Markan priority, we investigate the relationships between the words in Mark that were retained unchanged by Matthew and those that retained unchanged by Luke. This is done by mapping the sequences of words in Mark into binary time series by representing the retention or non-retention of the individual words and then carrying out a variety of logistic regression analyses. I want you to understand that scholars in Bible studies have actually articulated the fact that first, all of those books, every single one of those books was originally anonymous. Second, it seems that Matthew and Luke were written using John. I'm sorry, Matthew and Luke were written using Mark. John is something different. It seems that John was written later. Most scholars believe it was written later and it had a very particular purpose. Not going into that yet. And the other part of this that I think we have to recognize is we struggle to find historical underpinning for these texts. Here's the part that I haven't even said yet. And this is the part that's really, really interesting. We must understand that we even have earlier versions of these texts, which are different from the ones that we cite now. In other words, they've also been edited. If these were the words of God, if these are the words of eyewitnesses, if these are historically reliable, why is it that we can't even rely on who wrote the books, when they wrote the books? And we also know that they were edited later. You have to edit the words of God. So these are the challenges that I would give to people who are looking for historical reliability in the Gospels.
All right, you finished with Easy Bands, or you got more for him?
Can I respond?
No, Easy Bands was hard to talk because he didn't even know what the synoptic problem was.
Can I respond to that? Okay, so again, this is why, and what you just read, Jabari, clearly undercuts what I don't think you understand what you're reading in the source you just read. It says that those Gospels rely or show continuity of the exact same sayings or things that happen. That doesn't show evidence of copying. That just shows evidence of continuity and agreement. It never once said that they copy in that source that you read. You can't prove that. Hold on.
Go ahead.
It doesn't say they copy, but it says that they say some of the exact same things or similar things. How can that possibly be? Well, is it possible that because they were present and they heard the exact same thing? Let me share my screen really quickly. I promise you I won't be long. Let me share my screen really quickly. Right. Let me do this. All right. Because scholars say a lot of different things, right? Can y'all see my screen?
Not yet.
Yes, it's up now.
It's up now? Okay.
Yep.
This is a site called Classical Theism, hosted by John DeRosa. He's a theological expert that deals with the Gospels. Y'all can go and read it for yourself. Y'all can see what it is, right? And he talks about this topic, right? This is published in 2017, updated in 2019. The Gospels were not anonymous. And he goes through many different things. And he starts with same thing Jabari postulates. Many people subscribe to the anonymous gospel theory. It's just a theory. The theory that says the gospel authors wrote their works and circulated them anonymously. The New American Bible Revised Edition reports that the majority of scholars hold the following view. The ancient tradition that the author was the disciple and the apostle of Jesus named Matthew, see Matthew 10, verse 3, is untenable, right? The gospel according to Matthew, that's talking about the New American Standard Bible. Following the number one thing, let's ask a question. What is the evidence that makes such a claim untenable? You might think we have early copies of gospel manuscripts that don't contain attribution to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Did the original manuscripts lack names? Have archaeologists unearthed gospel manuscripts without attribution? That certainly would constitute evidence that the gospels are anonymous writings. But we don't have that, Jabari. In fact, we have the opposite. Brant Petrie spells out the full arguments in his excellent book, Consider the Summary Points, the evidence. No extant copies of the four gospels lack the traditional attribution to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which goes to your point that there are older texts that may or may not attribute authorship to these books. That's not true, Jabari. All extant copies. That means all the copies of 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 the gospel that contain the portions where we expect attribution also contain attribution to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Petrie explains this clearly. The first and perhaps biggest problem for the theory of the anonymous gospels is this: no anonymous copies of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John have ever been found. So we can go on and on and on about this, talk about some of the church fathers, right? They even give attribution to early sources mentioning the gospel authorship. Papias, right? The Matorian fragment, and Irenaeus attribute them to the traditional authors, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So that point, I can go on and on. So that point, you know, it's just a theory. We can discuss it, but it holds no weight in water.
Give me a second. Okay. I want to be really clear about this. First of all, it's really important for us to recognize that what the article that I showed you is not saying that there are great similarities between the different gospels. What they're saying is there's whole sections of sentences that are exactly the same, which tells us that they were borrowing from Mark. I want to be clear. Luke borrows from Mark and Matthew borrows from Mark, but they don't seem to borrow from each other. That is what I just read to you, first of all. sa.neter, if you can, come on, where's my mouse? If you can share the screen here.
Example of that, Jabari.
Say again?
Show me an example of Luke or Mark.
Okay, wait. Listen. I'm going to tell you really clearly that this article does that.
Okay.
Get the entire article. I do not have the time to do that here. But listen to what he says. It's not what Yara said. Yara did some shaping and tried to make it sound better. But this is what he says. He says, we investigate the relationship between the words in Mark that are retained unchanged by Matthew and those that are retained unchanged by Luke. Not similar ideas, actual passages that come from Mark. Exactly. By the way, Matthew doesn't do it to Luke. Matthew does it for Mark. Luke does it for Mark. They both had copies of Mark when they wrote it. That's not similarities. We're saying that this is, you might want to call it plagiarism. That's where this goes. But I want to also do something else because the time is running. It's running late. And I want to just say, Yara, please be careful with what you read. He said John DeRosa is a biblical expert. But you should know that I'm going to check your sources. You should know that by now. Who is John DeRosa? Let's scroll down. John DeRosa hosts the Classical Theism podcast and writes blog articles related to apologetics. By the way, apologetics is trying to have explanations for things that are problems in the text. So right off the bat, he doesn't say he's a historian. He says he does things on apologetics. Let's continue. Philosophy and theology from a Catholic Christian point of view. I want to skip down to where it says his expertise is. I want you to read it with me. John is a high school mathematics teacher in New Jersey. He's a high school mathematics teacher in New Jersey and has presented at one NCTM conference on math education. He earned his BA in math education from the College of New Jersey and a master's degree in mathematics from Montclair State University. So you said that he's an expert on the Bible. I would love to know where you get the idea of his expert credentials, because he does not have a degree in Bible study at all. So if I want to ask him about how to help me in calculus, he'll probably do a good job. The rest of it is nothing more than his apologetics approach to the history source. Okay. I'm going to stop there. I could say more, but I'm going to stop there.
But you're supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be getting Kassad.
sa.neter, chill out, bro. Let me respond, bro. Let me respond.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I appreciate that, but DeRosa did mention, and he did quote from actual scholars. I read the article. But number one, by your logic, then we should take nothing of what you say about ancient Kemet, because you don't have a degree in Egyptology. You don't have a degree in anything regarding ancient Kemet. Nothing at all whatsoever, what I've seen, other than a certificate you made up. So let's talk about. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's the equivalent. You have nothing. So the only thing that makes you an expert in this field that you talk about is your years of study. Because let's make it clear, you're a Kemetic apologist. That's it.
Oh man!
You're a Kemetic
Now,
apologist.
I want to say that I have never made up a degree.
I didn't say you made up a degree. I didn't say you made up a degree.
Where he got that from?
I didn't say you made up a degree. Let me be clear.
Wait a
never
minute.
said you made up a degree.
You said a degree that you made up. You said that.
I said a certificate. I didn't say a degree.
Oh, a certificate I made up. I have never made up a certificate. But I want to be clear. I have a degree in Africana Studies.
Yes.
The last I checked, Kemet was in Africa. In fact, the people who taught me were people. Dr. Ben was one of my teachers.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark was one of my teachers.
Yeah.
Also want you to know that I just completed. Now, this is a certificate in the study of Africa and the African diaspora. And so I continue to do work. Yes. And you should know, it's not just because of my study. I actually teach African history on the university level. So I guess the City University of New York just takes my trust me, bro.
All right, focus on Kassad.
It just doesn't make you an expert in ancient Kemet. That's all I'm saying.
All right, you gotta ask Kassad now.
I'm going to tell you the reason why you're going at me and my degrees is because you said
I'm not going at your degrees.
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. Is because you said someone was a biblical expert, and actually he's a high school math teacher. That's what he is.
Yes, but how does not make him an expert in the field that he studies? Hold on. You've been cut, Jabari, because you still can't show us, Jabari, any degree, any study that you have in Egyptology that you teach all the time. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish. You take people to all the Kemet all year round, going in these museums, teaching as if you're qualified to do so. That doesn't make you qualified to teach on ancient Kemet. Don't play with me, brother. Doesn't make you qualified.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Apostle. That's Apostle.
Apostle is showing.
I appreciate that.
Biblical studies. Apostle is showing his biblical study, his art degree. But guess what?
Yes.
I don't have one, and I beat the shit out of him.
Exactly my point.
Out of him.
That's exactly my point.
Hold on. That right there.
Exactly my point.
Ain't a goddamn thing.
That's exactly my point, sa.neter. That's exactly my point. It does not give you. It does not make. Hold on. It does not take away from your years of study in the field if you want to be considered an expert or knowledgeable in the field. I guarantee you, this gentleman, John DeRosa, could speak more clearly in the biblical text than you can, based on his level of study, which you just argued. So let's not try to discredit this brother's knowledge and what I read to you.
Let's move on, Jabari. Let's move on, brother.
You disagree with it.
I just want to say that
let's move on, Jabari. You gotta ask Kassad a question.
Wait. Let me just be very clear. That I do not have a degree in Egypt.
I respect you.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I have a degree in Africana Studies. Yes. And I don't teach a class on the university level on ancient Kemet. I teach an Africana a class on all of ancient Africa, including ancient Kemet. And those people who have these degrees also in the department give me rave reviews on my classes.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
I'm going to tell you that
no doubt
I
about
teach
that.
Come on, y'all, let them go.
Yara, come on, Black Sage.
I'm agreeing with him. That's all.
I'm saying to you that the reality is that I actually have 2 degrees in the area that I teach in. And this guy who you're calling a brother, I don't know if he's a brother or not. This guy, I mean, I guess you're calling him a spiritual brother, but this brother is actually someone who has a degree. He's a high school mathematics teacher. So I'm just saying to you, you said that he was an expert. And I think that is ridiculous.
That's all, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let's move on to now, man.
I showed you scholarly articles that actually countered what this math teacher says. Those are scholarly articles that counter what this math teacher who writes a blog says. I want you to know that you have a 2 and I have a king. So that if we're talking about showing the cards, I'm just telling you that my cards outrank yours.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, great. But you don't have an expert degree in Egyptology.
All right, just let him get the last word.
Hold on. You could talk about subjects that deal with ancient Kemet, but you're not an expert in ancient Kemet. But on this platform, you present yourself as one. So let's not play that game. I'm not the wrong person to do that with.
All right.
And I wasn't trying to do that with you. I wasn't even trying to do that with you.
I've always said that I am a historian.
But this brother can't be.
Why are you? I let you speak and then you're talking over me. What's going on?
Hey,
come on, y'all, right? You doing what the people said.
I don't care nothing about that, sa.neter. You need to shut up, sa.neter.
But let him go. Let him go, y'all. Right? I want to, Jabari. Move on to the start, man. That's all.
Keep going.
Listen,
move on.
I think he's an expert.
Let me be really clear with you. I didn't say I had something to say for Chasad yet. I'm not ready for him yet because I want to slap him a little bit more. There are other people on this platform that I want to speak to first. I spent a lot of time talking to Chasad. Okay, more than anyone else on the platform. And honestly, he's read less than a lot of people on the platform. So I want to, and you also said that you were going to let Bakash speak.
I want you to go with Chasad first and then Bakash.
Okay. Actually, the funny thing is, what I wanted to do, Yara, Black Sage inserted himself. He was the person I was coming to next. Okay, he's the person that I was actually coming to next. So I think I have heard Yara say that the Exodus is actually a historical story. And I wanted him to explain why he believes the Exodus is a historical narrative and not a legendary or mythological narrative.
Sure, because we have the works of PhD scholars like Titus Kennedy, Douglas Petrovich, that actually are PhD scholars in the field of Egyptology, that actually talk about, and some epigraphists, Scott Stripling, that actually believe that the Exodus did happen. So there is, whether it's a minority of scholars, but there is a group of PhD scholars, unlike myself and unlike you in the field, that actually do believe the Exodus did happen. So I can base, my my argument on their works. That's just one of the reasons why.
Okay. And I want to thank you for giving a concise and clear answer. That's very helpful. Do you think that, here's a quick question I want to ask you. Do you think that Titus Kennedy is actually someone who is in the majority position, or do you think he's an extreme outlier?
No, I say he's a minimalist. I wouldn't call him an extreme outlier. He's just in the middle. He's a minimalist.
When you say minimalist, is that the term you mean to use?
When it's in his understanding, when he talks about the Exodus, right? He's a minimalist. You have minimalists and maximalists when they talk about how the Exodus happened and how they view it, but he still states that the Exodus did happen. So, but in the my and but like I said, they don't hold the consensus of scholarship when it comes to the Exodus narrative. He's in the minority on that end as well.
So I'm assuming you've read their work. What is it about the Exodus that you think they've been able to find as a historical narrative? Can you explain that? Because I mean, I don't want to listen. This is facts over feelings, right? You've read their work. What do you believe? Why do you believe that their work is credible?
Well, again, I mentioned Scott Strickland. And let me correct myself. I said Titus Kennedy was a minimalist. He's actually a maximalist. That's why I agree with him. Not a minimalist. He's a maximalist. So let me correct myself on that. And his idea. But when it comes to the Exodus, the works that they've done, even Scott, and I throw Scott Strickland in there because it's important that we understand his study of ancient Canaanite and Hebrew texts that talks about groups of people. Their study on the Meneptah Stele. We know that these groups of people did exist at one point in time. Even their study and breakdown, Titus Kennedy breakdown on the Emperor Papyrus, right? He also uses that as some of his argument to attribute to that, and there are many more sources. I can actually go into that and bring that out. I mean, if we had time to really go into that, I got a presentation on it. We can talk about it ad nauseum if you like, and I can show that. But for the sake of time, that's it. But I'll even throw Manfred B-Tech in there. He's one of my favorites, even though he does not necessarily come out and support and say that the Exodus did occur. He does gives us a lot of work in the excavations and stratigraphy and being able to show us that that culture did exist at a particular period of time.
Manfred B-Tech's work has been completely and thoroughly debunked. And
by who?
In a lot of trouble too.
You said,
right?
you said, hold on, you said thoroughly debunked. By whom? By whom?
By virtually every academician that has looked at his work.
In regards to what?
In regards to his argument around the Exodus.
What is his argument in regards to around the Exodus?
That he believes that there is a kernel of truth in the Exodus, that it actually occurred.
Hold on. When he says a kernel of truth,
you should know I've argued with him. I know him.
Hold on. Listen.
Okay.
Listen. Just because you disagree with him doesn't make you right.
No, I don't have to disagree with him. Everyone does.
Hold on. Watch this. No, everyone does not. That's another fallacy. Stop doing that. Stop saying everyone disagrees with him because they do not. So Manfred B-Tech has already showed us in stratigraphy. He showed us the bones of the long faced sheep that's buried in the area. He also showed us the four corner room houses that you can attribute to the ancient people of Israel during that time. How they would have built their structures, the mud brick that the Bible tells us that they were producing. So in archaeology, there is a thing called deductive reasoning or deductive observation and study that they actually use. And based on his deduction, based on observation, based on archaeological findings, he actually can show whatever minuscule argument he has about it, that he agrees with it, he can support that. So when you come up here and say that, oh no, everybody doesn't disagree with him, Jabari, that you should not do that, because that's disingenuous, because everybody does not. And he has not thoroughly been debunked.
Can I?
You made that up.
sa.neter, can I say this? Rather than argue the Exodus entirely with Yara, I think that he's standing over a fall pit. And so what I'd really like to do is schedule a debate with Yara on this.
Oh my God. All debates are mandatory, bro.
When you have someone over the pit with the sticks, the sharpened sticks above them, I think I would rather do that in a more lengthy conversation than in a short rejoinder.
Let's see if he accept. Do you accept, Yara?
Oh, actually, let's deal with the what we're gonna actually.
Do you accept the debate?
Hold on. No, because he hasn't established the debate.
Oh,
That's
man.
a lot
What
of
do you mean I haven't established the
Hey,
debate?
can I finish without y'all yapping? Let
Yeah,
me finish speaking. Okay, I appreciate that. What about the Exodus would you like to have a debate about?
I would actually like to argue that the Exodus did not occur. That's what I'd like to argue. And you seem to argue to believe that it was a historical event.
Oh, and you can prove, and you can, I'm not going to argue that it was a historical event. I will argue that we have evidence that points to it. And that's because, hold on. And that's because,
hell no.
Man, y'all got to stop being children. And that's because there is the overwhelming consensus that says it did not occur. So if we're going to play who's got more marbles in the bag, he's going to win that debate. We got to stop debating in that way. What he can't do is simply say, based on the amount of the consensus of scholars, because the consensus of scholars doesn't say that that there is no evidence to a particular group of people that existed during that time, but what they're calling the Exodus could be something else. So there's new things that come out every day. So is there plausibility that the Exodus happened? I don't think Jabari will take that debate. He won't say there wasn't.
Scamming.
Because I'll debate that.
You must have some really expensive sneakers that you're running away with.
Hey, I'm not. If I was running away,
for the better part of 10 minutes about the history. That's the reason why I said I want to ask you that question, because I've heard you argue for the historicity of the Exodus. Now I said I want to, instead of actually just having a light rejoinder with you here, I'd like to have a full debate with you. Now you're saying you don't think that you want to argue that.
That doesn't mean I don't. Hold on. That doesn't mean I don't believe it. But for the sake of an argument, that's a hard debate to have because of the consensus of scholars. And if we're having a scholarly debate, then you win the debate. Y'all got to start using y'all brains when y'all talking.
Nah, that don't even sound right, brother.
Hey, sa.neter.
No.
You know what, y'all? You know what? Blackface said?
Hold on. If you can prove that it happened, who give a damn what the consensus say?
Hold on. Let me say something to you, sa.neter. Let me say something to you. If I can prove that it happened, sa.neter, I wouldn't be on this platform because I wouldn't have time.
What?
What?
Let me say it again.
Yeah,
Let me say it again. If I could prove that it happened, I wouldn't have time to be on this platform because I would be making so much money.
So you can't prove it, you saying?
Listen.
Exactly.
You cannot prove it based
why
on.
Then why you just argue with Jabari? That it happened, brother.
Man, listen to what I said. I don't know what. See, this is when I know some people education level don't go past the third grade.
Oh, here you go with this. Come on.
Let me say it again.
Because he's scamming.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. If you're gonna argue whether or not the Exodus happened, I can argue it based on my belief. But in an academic debate, you cannot win that argument because the evidence overwhelmingly does not exist for it.
Exactly. But
hold on. Don't yell at me. Let me finish.
That's trapped in religion.
Hold on. Y'all Israelites and Christians, stop letting these guys corner you in these fake debates. They know what the scholars say. They know what the scholars say. Don't do it. This is what I'm teaching. Don't let them do it. Because what they really don't have themselves is evidence that it did not occur. We just don't have enough evidence. We just don't have enough evidence that it does, and they don't have enough, and we don't have enough evidence to go against the consensus of scholars who are mostly people that are not Bible believers or who have a faith. They're atheists. So that's the community that we're fighting against. That's why when he comes on here and says
he uses a compendium of Kemetic text. He's not using every Kemetic text because every Kemetic text doesn't agree with the stories that he lay out. Because if you go into some stories about Gab, it'll tell you that Gab raped his mother. It'll tell you he wanted to have sex with his sister Newt.
Get him.
He ain't bringing that story out. You know why? He ain't teaching that. You know why? Because it doesn't agree with his narrative. So I'm telling y'all, your Christians and narratives, stop playing games.
Because Gab is not a real person. He's not literal.
I'm talking about the story he read.
Oh my goodness.
I'm talking about the story. I was talking about the story he read.
Gab is not literal.
Listen, brother. Listen. I don't care.
With Black frankincense.
Who you call literal?
Hey, listen. That's not the point that I made. After this, that's not the point that I made. The point that I made is if you're going to argue against someone and say, listen, I follow this text this way, when there's several other texts that gives the same story but has a different outcome. But
y'all right.
He's deflecting. He running from the Exodus into deflecting. And
Hold on. Y'all argue all the goddamn time with debates about proving Jesus' existence, and you ain't got no goddamn evidence on that. But you still debate it. So now you're saying you can't prove that the Exodus didn't happen, so I don't want to debate it. You can't prove no goddamn Moses. You can't prove Mary. You can't prove none of that. But you still debate it, though.
sa.neter,
let
me tell you something, sa.neter. Shut the hell up when I'm talking.
Brother, don't get upset.
I just want you to shut the hell up because you keep interrupting me.
Man, don't get upset, brother.
I'm not upset, bro. I'm not upset. Yeah. I'm just saying you keep interrupting me to say nothing. I made a point. Because guess what? I guarantee you Jabari won't take a debate where the consensus of scholarship is not in his favor.
Can I respond?
All right, go ahead and respond, Jabari. Let Jabari respond.
I want to be really clear that when we have debates, we don't have them in the middle of Yahra's church. We don't. And there's a reason why we don't. That's because this is about scholarship. This is about history. And so he said he can tell you what he believes, but he knows he can't prove it. In other words, there's a lot of questions we have to ask. First of all, why do you believe it if you can't prove it?
Ooh.
Why? Why do you believe it if you know that it cannot be proved? Proven. Particularly when this is a narrative about the murder of African innocents. He believes a story about the murder of African innocents, but he knows he can't prove it.
Oh.
This is a dastardly thing to say you believe but cannot prove.
How's that?
This isn't. So I want to be really clear.
Let Jabari finish, please.
Why I'm still talking.
Yeah, let him finish.
That the reason why I saved that for Black Sage is because I actually told him I wanted to debate him on this topic over. It's got to be like 4 years ago now. And so I knew that what I would do is I would ask him about it tonight and then say, let's debate. And Yahra just told you, if you look at all the scholarly sources, they're going to tell you I'm wrong, but I believe it. That's what he just said.
Absence of evidence is not.
That's what he just said.
Hold on. Let him speak.
And so if he really wants to argue this, because he's been saying it on sa.neter a lot, I should have had the maxi cut of him saying that Exodus is true. I should have just had it and played it right now. That's messed up on me. I should have done it. But he's been saying it a lot that the Exodus is a historical story. So let's actually prove it. He didn't say, I believe in the Exodus, that's it. He said the Exodus is a historical narrative. That's what he said many, 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 many times. And now that I actually came into the house and said, what did you say? Now he's running. He just jumped out the window from the 3rd floor so he doesn't have to justify what he's been saying for years on this channel. For years.
Damn.
That's what he's doing.
Can you go into?
I hope you have some boxes, some empty boxes down from the 3rd floor. So when you jump out the window, it cushions your fall.
No, you gotta have some mattresses.
Yeah, That's cool. Okay, go ahead.
That I'm going to tell you, Yara doesn't want to debate it. I'm going to put this to any Christian or Hebrew on the panel that, and the reason why I want to do it with Yara is because, you know, I'm beating Yara up, but I think he's a decent person, and I think he would at least try to have sources. So that's why I said, let me go at Yara on this.
Can you get Kassad, man? Can you go at Kassad? Because I want
anybody on this panel, come get some.
Hey, sa.neter, let me address him.
Come get some.
I'll take it.
All of them.
I'll take it.
Hold on. All of
you said come get some. I'll take it.
All of them. Hold on.
Most deaf.
All of them have been arguing that this is a historical event. And I'm telling you, I want to say this very clearly. Biblical historians haven't said that for 40 years.
Jabari, Kassad said he'll take that debate.
Oh, sure. I'll slap him up later. But I want to be really clear that they come on this channel and they say it. I don't care about Yara's belief. This is a scholarly matter. You said it was a historical event. He didn't say, I believe the Exodus. He said it was a historical event. That's why I'm coming at him.
Hey, Si, you get my text.
And I want to be really clear that I'm willing to, I'll debate Chasad on this. Chasad is a newcomer.
Can I respond?
I would debate him on it. I would do that.
Yeah, right. And you don't need to respond, brother, because you're not going to debate.
Hey, why don't you shut up, man? You're getting on my nerves tonight, bro. Shut the hell up. Let me speak. That's why your New York Knicks don't lose. So let me say this. That's why they're going to lose. They're going to shit their pants.
That's the best you can do, brother?
So let me say this. Jabari, you just said two things that I will debate you on regarding the Exodus.
What's that?
You said that it is a story that shows the murder of African people. I will show you that those are not.
I said African innocence is what I said.
African innocence. I will show you. I will show you. Hold on. No. You backtracking.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Okay? I'll debate you on that. You said that they were innocent, right? Based on the text. You said they're innocent. Hold on,
brother.
I'm asking you a question.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
This is ridiculous that you want to argue.
Now.
You don't even want to argue that it actually occurred, but he wants to argue that in his.
All right. Hold on, Jabari. I got to put both of y'all on mute. Kassad just hit me off and said, Jabari, if you're going to ask him anything, please do it because he got to jump off. So that's why he's waiting here patiently for you.
Chasad, I've spoken to you for a long time. I'm going to save anything else I have to save to you for our debate on the Exodus. You actually took the short straw. Let's do it. Okay? Let's do it. It is 11 o'clock. We've been here for almost 4 hours. I'll save any other conversation with you.
All right, all right, so that's good.
Say something real quick.
I don't need to say nothing. Let me bring in Bakwash. Because Bakwa's been waiting patiently. Remember what the people said? They said that Bakwash is the only disciplined Israelite up there. And look at him. He ain't say a word. He waited patiently. And they said, Yara, an apostle, gonna be the one to wild out. But Yara been cool. Yara ain't wild out. He just asking this question.
Half the people in your chat don't even have a job. So let's not even talk about that.
Why would you do that?
That's horrible.
All right, let's go. Let's go right over here.
Hey, shalom to everybody.
Peace, brother.
Hey, salami and bacon, brother. Salami and bacon.
Come on, brother. Shalom, brother. Come on.
That's a science. That's your mind warp.
Peace,
Jabari, I got I got a point to make. Because I keep hearing sa.neter saying that those are just people, all these Egyptian gods. But the Egyptians, they worship these gods. They worship them. And even Jabari said that he communicates with the spirits of the gods. And then when I was doing some research, it said that the Egyptians believed in these gods so much that they were instructed by these gods. And I think Kassad mentioned that about going to war and so on and so forth. But in our beliefs and what our forefathers followed, that was forbidden to even think on that level of doing such a thing. But here's my question, though. And I asked this question to you about 4 years ago, and you kind of ran away from it. I respect the fact that you are a historian, an expert. I would say even an expert. I'm not going to I give credit where credit is due. But I asked you this question over 4 years ago, and I'm going to ask it again. It's a two-part question. Did the ancient Israelites ever exist historically? And I'm talking about before Rome, before Greece. Did they ever exist on this planet? Were they ever a people or a nation?
You think I didn't answer that question? Of course the ancient Israelites existed. Of course they
Okay,
did.
so the follow-up question is, what happened to them and where are they today? Because you are an expert, no doubt about it, in history. So this should be a no-brainer, alley-oop, slam dunk answer coming from you, because you are an historian. Were they black? Well, we know they were black. I'm sure, because I asked you that before as well. Where are they and what happened to them? Where are they today?
I think that if you look at the depictions of the people who we are calling the Israelites, that some of them were likely people we would call black today. I don't know if all of them were, because some of the depictions don't look like black people, but certainly some of the ancient depictions do look like black people. So I am comfortable saying that some of them were likely people we would call black today. I am comfortable saying that. And I think that we should recognize that most of the people who are in the lineage of the ancient Israelites are likely still in the region, and they are, through the millennia, most of their families have converted to Islam. So most of the people, the lineage of the people who are there are likely, if you want to see where the lineage of them are, why don't you go to Palestine? Those same people who are being actually wiped out today, those are some of the descendants of the people that we would consider Israelites today.
So are you saying that the remnant of the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, according to what we believe is the Bible, whether you believe in the Bible or not, are you saying the ancient Israelites are still in the land called Palestine? Those are the Palestinians that Bibi Netanyahu is attacking as we speak?
I would say most of them are, but I don't want to say the remnant of those three individuals you mentioned, because those three individuals are not historical characters. And biblical scholars have already said that Abraham, that Moses, that all of those people are likely legendary.
Fine. I'll let that pass. Fine.
Okay.
But you do agree that the ancient Israelites are still on the earth today, and you said they're in Palestine. What source or facts do you have to back it up? Because whenever you have facts and sources for anything someone throws at you, what facts or sources that you have as an historian that the ancient Israelites still exist? And I'm guessing you're saying the bulk of them are in Palestine. What facts or source you could, because in 2 seconds you pull up sources when anybody comes at you. Do you have any sources? Do you have a cover of a book to back up what you are saying?
I have to say to you that the only reason why I'm arguing that most of the people, if you follow their lineage, are still there is simply that I would have to get those sources for you. I've never actually been asked for those sources before. I'm willing to make that argument and case, but you have to also understand that when we're looking at ancient people and then we're looking at modern people, sometimes there's some challenge, because if we're looking for literal lineage, that argument is best made with DNA. But I'm going to tell you, the people in the region today would never allow you to do that kind of DNA work. They would not.
Can I alley you in?
One more point.
I'm still speaking.
No, I heard somebody.
My understanding. I know it was someone else. I know that, Prakash. I'm just saying. I understand. My understanding is that it is even illegal to do that kind of DNA work in that area. Illegal, against the law. So it would be extremely difficult to try to do something based on DNA. What I would have to do is try to follow them historically through textual analysis.
Yeah,
and
but
that would be what I would do. But the argument, wait. The argument that those ancient people that we consider Israelites, right, actually left Israel during the fall of the Second Temple, went into Africa, and then were pulled out during enslavement, and they are the ancient Israelites. That argument does not make logical sense.
Okay, but Jabari, if that's the case, you should be you have books and facts on everything under the sun.
I sure do.
You should be able to substantially pull up books and facts and data to back up everything you said. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, because earlier you mentioned that there's no historical facts that the Israelites existed after the Exodus, and the historians.
No, I didn't say that.
You said the historians don't even look in that area of history because it's not factual.
No. Wait. Let me be clear about what I said, because I think that
right.
I can understand how you might have misunderstood what I said. I don't think you're intentionally misrepresenting it. I don't think you are. What I am saying is that historians have long argued that the entire patriarchal period of the biblical narrative is legendary, and so that an event like the Exodus did not occur. That's what I'm saying.
No, but
I'm not saying that there. Wait. Well, hold on. I'm not saying that there weren't people in the region that we could argue became the Hebrew people, became the Israelite people. That's not what I'm saying. I think that we can actually find some of that, right? But let's be really clear. I'm just saying that the events described in the Bible are not things that are recoverable. Before the period of, let's say, Hezekiah, it's really hard to argue. Scholars don't do it anymore. That you can find that narrative in the Bible and in the Torah as being historical. I do believe that Hezekiah was a historical person, but most of the people in the Bible before that were certainly not historical individuals.
So is it possible that that information might not want to come out because these same scholars would have to admit that these were black people? The closer we get to Egypt, the closer we get to Babylon.
Cap. That God's favorite people are black people. They would not want that information out.
Oh,
I want to say to you, the idea.
Hey, yo,
yes, sir.
Do you hear that silly shit, man?
Let me finish.
Let me go. Let me get my little 3 minutes in.
Let me say this quickly and then we'll move. Okay.
God's favorite people is black people.
Listen. Come on now. Don't fall apart. Let me respond to what he just asked me.
From grown ass men, grown ass men.
Can I ask it again?
Listen to me. If there is a singular force that put together all of the atoms, all of the entities, all of the animals, all the humans, all the stars, all the planets, everything before us, if there is a single entity that is so imbued with infinite power that it could do that, why in the world would it say one people is chosen? One people that we don't see before around 500 BCE.
You said yourself.
In the world.
Why?
Wait a minute.
You're kind of long, though, brother. You're kind of long.
I'm not long. I haven't been speaking.
You're a teacher, so I know it's in you.
I have been speaking for less than 60 seconds, and you're interrupting.
Yeah, brother.
What I'm saying to you is that I think the idea of a chosen people by one deity is ridiculous.
So let me ask you a question.
Ridiculous. And I also want to say to you very clearly that story is their story. They made it up so that they could elevate themselves amongst the people in the region.
But you said that the ideology, use those words, of one people as a chosen people is ridiculous. but also in the story, these are special people. These people are above all people on the earth. Of course, I'm just telling you what the book says. And then when I put 2 and 2 together to get 4, can you show me a people like our people anywhere on the planet Earth? Can you show me the Magic Johnson in China? Can you show me the Magic Johnson or the Michael Jordan in Japan? Can you show me the Jordan in anywhere on this planet, or anybody who has the same talent or spirit? Because you believe in spirit, because you said it earlier. Of our people, I don't believe all people have the same spirit. Can you show me somebody?
Does that have to do with
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Hold on, man, Jabari, man, come on.
He's a big boy. Let him answer the question.
Hold
Let him
on.
answer the question.
Gosh, that's a foolhardy direction.
Yeah, man, I want y'all
Answer
to
the question.
That's foolhardy.
Hold on, Jabari. Hold on, man. I want y'all to see something, man. These are not little boys up here, y'all. These are grown-ass men with gray beards. Gray beards. Grown men with gray beards, man.
Yep.
These are not no little kids.
No.
But their mindset is like a little kid. This dude says, show me a Jordan in China. Are you telling me that there's nobody in China that can play basketball?
Name them. Name them.
Yao Ming, nigga.
I don't know him. I don't know.
The reason why is,
are you telling me that there's no athlete? Hold on, brother. You gonna tell me that there's no super athletes anywhere in Europe?
Name one.
You know?
Oh, come on, you got the Olympics, man. Come on, stop. Let me go, man. They killing me, man.
Yeah, all right, hold on. Hold on, Jabari. I gotta let other people in, man. This is getting crazy.
I guess basketball is a holy sport. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. Go ahead. And then I got I say.
I just need my 3 minutes, man. I just need my 3 minutes. We got a lot of brothers up here with a lot of diverse opinions. Everybody got their own belief system, arguing like y'all don't.
I like that. Hold up, I like that. Somebody threw in there Steve Nash. Yeah, what? Steve Nash.
Don't argue about basketball. What does that have to do with the chosen people? Come on.
No, I know that. But what was the name of my man? He had a nasty handle. He played with Chris Webber.
You're following a shiny object. What does basketball have to do with
white chocolate? White chocolate, man.
White chocolate, baby, all of them. Yeah. I know you happy because your Knicks going to the championship. I'm
happy because I just found out.
I'll jump the line.
Hold on. I just found out that, God damn it, Mitchell Robinson broke his pinky. How the hell?
He can be all right. He be all right. He gonna play. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
That's a small thing. Let me go. Come on, man. Don't nobody cut me off. Everybody up here with diverse opinion. I think it's time for me to break this shenanigans up. And I'm going to start with Dr. Ben. I need 3 minutes and everybody listening with your notepad. Now, this book was written in 1973 by Dr. Ben. He says it's called The Chronology of the Bible, right? Standard version. I wrote The Chronology of Human Evolution. And watch this. He said, dedicated to truth, yet always mindful that all faith is false. All faith is true. Truth is the shattered mirror, screwed mirror of bits, while each believes his little bit as a whole his own. Now watch this. I'm going to finish with this. You can start that clock, Saw. It's 3 minutes. It's all we need for some very simple ideas moving forward. So we come right here. Now, listen to the metaphor. The shattered mirror of truth, exploring the nature of truth through Kasi of Hajj Abu al-Yadi. Now watch this. This comes from Dr. Ben. Now, Dr. Ben put this in the dedication. All right? It says, the shattered mirror of truth. This presentation explores, hold on, I want to make sure everybody can see it. All right, let me get it right so everybody can see this. This is important for the audience as y'all go through your transformation. It says, the shattered mirror of truth. This presentation explores the profound quote from the Qasdi of Hajj Abu al-Yadi, delving into its implication for understanding truth, belief, and different worldviews. All y'all brothers got different worldviews, right? Different truths and different belief systems. The original quote, dedicated to truth, yet always mindful that all faith is false. All faith is truth. Truth is the shattered mirror skewed in the mirrored bits while each believes his little bit whole to own. Understanding the core meaning here, fellas. No single religion or philosophy holds a monopoly on ultimate truth. Each tradition may contain a valuable part of the broader truth. Conflict arises when a particular understanding is mistaken for the absolute whole. We wrapping it up. The shattered mirror metaphor. Truth is depicted as a broken mirror, with each fragment representing a distinct belief system. Every group perceives a piece of reality, yet none possesses the entire unbroken reflection. Scientific perspective. This is where I always try to push people because of the things I just read. Science recognizes that knowledge is inherently incomplete and subject to refinement. Scientific explanations and continually tested and revised against empirical evidence. The scientific method seeks to progressively better approximations of truth, not absolute finalities. Summary, embracing humility and critical thought. The quote encourages humility in acknowledging the limits of our understanding. It promotes critical thinking and open mind towards diverse perspectives. Y'all got to learn how to get along and understand what everybody's saying. It says, our individual truths are fragments of a larger, more complex reality. Right? And we just finish it off right here and we out of here. I just want y'all to get this, right? I'll just simply come to page. Hold on. Let me get this right here real quick for y'all. All right. Now I'm going to come here to the right here. All right. The National Science Education Standard. This is the National Academies, right? Chapter 2. I'm going to come to page 22. And I want y'all to pay close attention. Scientific literacy. Scientific literacy is the knowledge of understanding of scientific concepts and possesses required for personal decision making. Let me say it again. Scientific concepts and processes required for personal decision making. Don't we need to make better personal decisions? It says participation in civic and culture affairs. Culture affairs. All of y'all understand what y'all civic duty is supposed to be. Some do it through the Hebrew faith, some do it through the Christian faith, some do it through criminology, right? And cultural affairs. Don't we supposed to be motivated as black men dealing with cultural affairs? Then watch this. This is the big piece. And economic productivity. How many of y'all knew that that's all I was trying to bring y'all? Was productivity. Guess what I'm doing, y'all? I'm smoking on pseudos.
All right.
Smoking those pseudo all day long. Smoking those pseudo all day long. It's hot, the fire lit. Hold back, jump in the beat line.
Are we moving? Let me know what I can go, sir. Are we moving, please? We're gonna listen to the music now, sa.neter?
All right, come on. All right, let's go, Ashe. Hey,
no, I just smoked them and I'm out. I appreciate everybody, man. Make sure you support the channel, man. Ain't nothing but love. I hope y'all got that message, man.
All right. Hey, before you go, Ashe, my man got me stuck on the NBA now. I'm gonna just say Larry Bird, Jerry West. What's the Chinese boy? Jabari. Sorry, what's the Chinese boy?
I'm not even doing that, sa.neter. The whole
all right, hold on. Jeremy Lin, Chinese. What's wrong with you, boy? Come on, man. Go ahead, Ashe.
7'8".
So I was go I want to start it off like with the conversation Jabari and Bakwash was just having, far as the Canaanite. The Canaanite conversation, because that's what Hebrews are. You're going to notice that, and this is just a simple Google search away, Jabari. I ain't got my laptop right now; it's dead, sitting on my lap. But this is a simple Google search away, and it'll show you all of the genetic institutions that are going to source what I'm about to say. It shows that the current populace over there in the Levant right now, the Jewish and Arab population right now, share over 50% of their DNA with the Canaanites of over 2,000 years ago. That's what they saying. So even with that, it's not going in these new Black Hebrew Israelites. It's not going in the direction that they want it to go, because they're the same ones. You heard what he said. So you're telling me Netanyahu and all those guys are the guys who, yeah, not you. That's not what DNA says. That's not what the genetics says. That's not what the experts are saying. They're not saying that people like me and you were running around there. That's not what it's showing. That's A. Now, I wanted to address this as well. I took a couple notes because I heard the brother make the statement far as the Exodus and and I was glad that Jabari actually brought that out and highlighted that when they get to talking about this Passover and all of these things that they celebrating, and then I love how they love to try to make relevant their Hebrew Israelite claim through Africa, but at the same time celebrate, like the brother said, the death of African innocence. When he says African innocence, don't forget, man, they talking about the death of Egyptian children. That's what that was all about. So when they sit there and they highlight that, and they even want to symbolically align themselves up with that, but then turn around and say, man, I can't prove it. That's self-hate doctrine, dog. That's self-hate doctrine, because you will go out your way for that. And I'm going to land it right here. These men are biblical, quote unquote, biblical experts. They're not Semitic experts. They can't tell you about the entire Semitic world and the cultures around it. So to try to say, because the brother Jabari is not an Egyptologist, and try to minimize him on that, when he's covering the entirety of the continent, brother, it's just insane. It's just insane. That's wild, man. That's wild. When you can't even tell me about the culture next door to you. Tell me about Midianite culture. Tell me about Edomite culture. You can't do that because the slave master didn't give you that. That's my problem with these type of guys, man. I'm gonna fall back and go back to the audience. That's why I want to come up here. And like I said, and I want to land with this. Make sure you all look up what I said. Over 50% of the genetics of the people over there in the Levantine right now, that Arab in that Jewish community, those are the ancient Canaanites, not the Black Hebrew Israelites who came off the slave ships with people like me and you. That's crazy.
All right. Let me move on. Harwin, you got the floor, brother.
He was, by the way, he was cooking. That's cooking.
Yeah, Harwin, let's go. Don't say nothing stupid, please, Harwin, man. Damn.
Whoa. Salute, Sa. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I just seen you dumbing Jabari down when he was speaking. You was dumbing him down.
That was 2 hours ago.
I know.
I've been waiting patiently. And you let get up here and give a mini presentation with words he can't pronounce.
Hey, just to keep it going, Bakwash, Akeem Olajuwon.
Oh, good. Stop.
Be quiet, Jabari. I'm smacking you up. The reason why I'm doing that is because this ain't the first time he's been doing this. Yeah, Akeem Olajuwon, Detlef Shrimp. You know who these people are, brother? Go ahead.
You ain't gonna stand up the man and respond to it?
No, I don't need no response.
That's not what he said. He said God's chosen people. You're naming individuals. There's no people on the planet like Black people.
Chosen people, man.
What's that? What'd you say? What'd you say?
Ain't no such thing as God's chosen people.
But he named individuals as well.
There's no people on the planet like our people. That's the point I'm making. You could call individuals. There's even a broken clock is right 2 times a day in 24 hours. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying the greatness,
brother. You know, let me ask you, man. You know how
I got him going now.
You know how many bad Black people they are, where we living crazy and foul. And that goes with everybody. That's everybody, brother. Not only black people, but that's white people. You could go into hoods and see how foul they living. You can go into hoods and see how foul Europeans and Chinese. It goes with everybody.
Let me ask you a question on that point.
And Africans.
Let me ask you a question.
Why do you always focus on athletics, though, bro? Why is that the standard?
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, but I want to know why you focus on athletics.
I'll respond to that after I ask him a question. Just let me
It's
ask
the
him a
most
question.
ridiculous Hebrew thing I've heard in my life. I've been very quiet, though, bro. You came up here, and the only thing you can focus on is black people bouncing a damn ball or throwing a football while you read the wild Bible. It's your fault, bro.
Let me ask him a question now.
A question about Michael.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. You messed up the show. I don't want to talk over you, man. Let me ask him a question. If you don't like, I'll answer your question after. Don't you have to be rude? What you're saying is true. In this country, let's use this country as a model. Name me one people that's hated on a higher level than black people in this country. They call America the melting pot. Name me another nationality that's hated more than our people in this country.
All right, name it. No, hold on. I'm going to name it.
Why are we?
And when I name it, I'm gonna tell you why. Black people. You know why? So-called black people. You know why, because there's so many of our silly asses hate each other. So we go right into that number that you're talking about. Black people hate black people, brother.
I didn't answer the question, y'all.
I did answer the question.
No, I said another nationality that is America's not named the melting pot. Many different ethnic groups come to this country. Name me a group.
Brother, you don't have the status on that.
Let me answer questions. Let me ask a question for the second time. Let me ask the question. It's a spiritual question. Let me ask the question.
Can I handle that question, bro?
You want to talk some science crap.
No.
Name me another group of people. Name me another group of people other than our people that are hated and mistreated on a higher level than our people.
Man, broke people in America are mistreated. It ain't just a race, bro, at this point. America hates people, period.
Listen.
Have you ever thought you didn't answer my question and you're playing crazy like you understand me?
Because it's not a people, yo. You made that up.
Because
fall back.
You mentioned earlier that there's a panel of intelligent people with gray beards on the panel.
I
asked you a simple question, and you're in your feelings and your emotions because you can't answer the question. The science has taught me when someone is offended because they can't answer a question, or you don't. You did a whole presentation on truth. You can have a truth. I can have a truth.
All right. We gotta move on. Let's go.
Can we close?
What's up, Jabari?
You're right. They probably hate the Hebrews.
One at a time, y'all. Say that again.
No question. The questions that he's asking are not tethered to the basis of the conversation.
Right.
Let me go to Rakufu. Why in the world should we talk about that? I mean, that has nothing to do with whether we are chosen people. It's ridiculous.
You said the fact that God has a chosen people is ridiculous.
Wait. We are actually over 4 hours in, and I think that we're getting a little loopy here.
All right.
So can we try to
we're getting loopy now. Yeah, we're getting loopy.
All right. Let me get Rakufu. What you want to say, Rakufu?
I just want. Hey, how you doing, Jabari?
Peace, brother. How you doing?
All right, family. I was reading.
That's all you see is Jabari, man. You don't.
No, my bad. No, my question. Because I thought y'all was just getting everybody off, and we got to go. Peace to the whole panel. My bad.
There you go.
No, I wanted to ask Jabari this question because I'm reading the Perth in Maru in the beginning where Budge and Brugush, I'm not saying his name right. It's a few of the scholars, the high-level scholars that met another Champillion and all of them. They all come to the conclusion that Neter was a singularity emanation that manifested in many ways. So the highest people in understanding it, I hear all the other people that don't really understand it trying to say it's polio. It's like they're trying to shoot jabs at it like, oh, no, they believe in this, that, and no, it's the most beautiful and sublime understanding like higher calculus when you understand it. But to those that only do addition and subtraction, it's like Babel.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I know it's hard for you to deal with this, Jabari, but I just wanted to put that out there. Y'all go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think that the challenge is that We have been looking at our spiritual traditions for several hundred years now through European lenses. And the challenge is that no matter what I tell folks, there's a block. Well, when I start speaking, they start doing this. I haven't even made an argument. They're doing this. All I'm saying is that in these ancient African traditions, they were not arguing for a literal deity, someone that actually is a guy with a green face with a white crown on. That wasn't the argument there. But that doesn't mean, see, when I say that, it almost sounds to them like I'm saying that we're in a situation where I'm saying that the divine forces are false. That's the reason why they keep using the word real, even though for years now I have said, please stop using the word real. I am talking about energy in the universe. That's what your African ancestors were trying to describe.
Wow, they do that.
And I'm going to say to you, Ankh, whether you agree with them or not, I happen to agree with them. Whether you agree with them or not, I'm talking about what they were saying historically. I'm not talking about whether you follow them or worship them. I'm saying that they were talking about something that is not literal and physical. That is what I'm arguing.
So, Jabari, what chip did they have in their head, though? Hey, Jabari, but what chip? And this is the issue. You got Hebrews up here, Christians, right? And you sit here, right? And you try to act like that on the Nile, you don't even care about West Africa. On the Nile Valley, which ain't even our tradition, no way, shape, or form, right? Which is wild, right? On the Nile Valley, they had some kind of special chip in their head that stopped them from believing like any other religion. It's a bunch of malarkey at the end of the day. Human beings believe. They have variations of belief, and they believe in different ways, in different manners. They deify water. Some deify the unseen, the seen and force. Kemet had a myriad of belief systems. You had temple system beliefs. You had on the outskirts. You had people that lived in the bush belief systems. It's all in the game, man. So I'm never saying that you had plenty of people that thought the deities was real. So real, they spent 25 years building for an afterlife based off of deity. Their whole tradition was Mayat. It was a deified tradition. They wore African masks, juju, voodoo masks. So it's time for us to just knock it off, yo. You can't act like that a belief ain't a belief when a belief is a belief. Hold on, let me finish. I'm simply saying I cannot sit on this panel with a whole bunch of believers and then move one to the side and like y'all not believing. It's wild, bro. That's all I'm saying. Right there, bro.
I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the conversation.
I heard that part.
But I want to wait a minute. So what I'm trying to say, I am not saying that the Kemetic people have a special chip in their head. In fact, if you had heard the entire conversation, you would have heard me say, even when you go to the African continent today and you see people praying to traditional deities, they don't actually argue that they are literally tangible individuals. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just talking about Kemet. And the fact that you say like every other religion, I honestly believe, Ankh, that the reason why you're making that argument is because as African Americans, we are very familiar with Christianity, moderately familiar with Islam, moderately familiar with the Jewish tradition. But I want to be clear that those are all one tradition. The world did not exist like that before the 3rd or 4th century of the Common Era, when there were a group of powerful white men that wanted to make their story literal so that they could say, everyone else is talking all this stuff. Ours is different because ours is literal. That didn't happen before that.
No,
so I'm not saying, wait a minute. I'm not saying that the Kemetic tradition is unique and special and that Christianity is busted. That's not what I'm saying.
Jabari.
What I'm saying is that literalism that has existed is something that we can trace exactly when it actually came into our thinking.
Jabari, you don't got to throw white people in this conversation. There weren't any white people around when our ancient ancestors in North, West and Central Africa created their traditions. My emphasis was on belief. Human beings evolved to believe. So what I'm saying to you is, without adding white people and faking everybody out with the throw off, I am telling you that it was plenty of people in our valley that took that stuff literal, so literal that they built pyramids. Nobody spends 25 years, right, on a belief system that they don't think to be real. It's a ridiculous thing, yo. They spent the royal treasury for 25 years, manpower. These people built this at a level you would not believe, bro. And they all, hold on, like you told me, and they did it all for my yacht. They did it for their pharaoh who was God on earth. They did it for their belief system, bro. So I'm saying is, we not in their head. You seem to think you are in their head. What I am telling you, yo, you don't know who believed or how they believe. Just understand this, yo. Our ancestors were very, quote unquote, susceptible to beliefs just like everybody else. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all.
But Unc, you're arguing something that I'm not arguing. You're arguing with me about something I'm talking to you about. I'm talking to you about baseball, and you talking about soccer. So I'm not questioning whether Africans had beliefs.
No.
Wait a minute. Wait, listen to me, brother. Wait a minute.
Why fake the conversation?
I'm not arguing about whether Africans are less susceptible to belief. I'm not. That's not even part of the conversation. You're bringing that atheist stuff into this. I'm talking about this from a historical perspective. What were they thinking? And I'm saying if you read the text and you look at it, you will understand that spirituality occurred in a different manner before the 3rd and 4th century. And by the way, you can spend a lot of money on something and not believe it to be tangible. They spent a whole lot of money on a gigantic statue of a woman in a toga with a torch between New York and New Jersey. That was a very expensive endeavor. It's gigantic. No one believes that she is a literal person. I'm saying to you that we can, if you study Christianity and the development of Christianity, you will see when literalism came into Christianity. That is what I'm saying. And Christianity and its subsidiary religion, Islam, and by a bit of an extension, Judaism, have become the dominant traditions on the planet. And so that's the reason why we have these positions now. That is what I'm arguing.
I'm simply saying that this conscious community, New Age spirituality, that's not indigenous African spirituality. Indigenous African spirituality encompass everything. Some parts of it was literal, some parts of it wasn't. Different groups believed in different ways. And I'm saying you should know that. You should not throw the audience off by continuing to say that I'm playing basketball, you playing football. No, I'm speaking to the reality of that African people run the myriad of beliefs. Some people in the same religion thought things were literal, and some people thought they were. Most people in the Nile Valley were not literate, bro. So we can't do that. People act just like right now today, people actually think it's ghosts. People actually thought it was ghosts then. They had it called it something else. So I don't even know why you're doing this, Jabari. Your thing is no more special than everybody else's thing. You know what it is? It's a broken mirror. And everybody think they got their proof. Just because you put the word African on it don't make it more spiritual. Or let me finish. Doesn't make it more or less. Now, if you want to be real technical, thinking you a daggone Nile Valley African spirituality is just as wild as thinking you're a Hebrew. Yo, both groups are wild. Both groups are actually African Americans come from West and Central Africa. Both thinking they from Northeast Africa somewhere. To me, as an atheist, I think that to be wild. And then to argue over, I think it's literal, it's not. It's the most wildest thing I've heard of in years. And guess how long y'all been doing it? Y'all been doing it for the last 20 years I was here, fighting each other and all in the same. Take y'all butt back to West and Central Africa. You already got the name, Jabari. I'm not picking sides in this. It's not that I'm an atheist that I can see it. I can see it because I live in the realm of reality, bro. I'm going to end it right there.
Now, let me say to you, you are entitled to your position.
Thank you, brother.
I disagree with it vehemently,
Me too.
but I know your position. I disagree with it vehemently. You're entitled to that position.
No problem.
When you came on the channel, everyone knew what you were going to say. That's fine.
What did I say?
We're having another discussion here.
What?
We're having another discussion here.
Why you keep saying
all I will say to you is you think that anyone in a spiritual tradition is bugged out. All I can say to you is I have not forsaken West Africa. I'm the guy on the panel that spends a bunch of time there. I'm the guy on the panel that is a chief in Ghana. I'm the guy that's building a house in Ghana. I'm the one that actually interacts with with people in West Africa every day. That's who I am. My spiritual tradition is from ancient Kemet. That's it. So the rest of you that have nothing but bus passes, step off.
Oh, you can't.
Well, I'm born and raised there.
Because
So
I'm not even doing that. I'm not doing it.
All right. Hold on, everybody. 7 of Saul. Let's go.
Chief.
Everybody on the panel. Peace to everybody in the chat. I want to say peace to you, brother Jabari.
Peace, brother.
First, I want to thank you, brother. People don't realize that it's rare for us to have a scholar like yourself here to give us the time that you've given, and it's not said enough to someone has to. I know sa.neter does, but I think the audience should know that you should be appreciated. And I just want to give you your flowers right now. I appreciate you coming and giving us your time with your scholarship.
Thank you.
But I do want to, I want to ask you some questions because, you know, it kind of infuriates me when I see others try to critique, people who practice Kemetic or African traditions when their own traditions have so many troubles. But when they're questioned, they don't either study it or have the scholarship to explain, like you talked about with the synoptic problems with Matthew, Mark, and Luke.
Yeah.
And not only to the fact that there's an anonymous authors to those books, so they don't even know who wrote them, right? Some of them don't even know those names were made up. And then I would ask for you, could you speak to the Old Testament? Because when I studied the Old Testament, I seen nothing in there that spoke about a new book, that spoke that there would be a new book that would supersede that book. And the explanations I got from Hebrews and Christians was because there was a prophecy of a Messiah. But I saw Morpheus on here debunk that and prove that was not correct. So can you expound to me on how they were able to give the New Testament kind of rulership over the Old Testament and how the gaps that they have in trying to do so?
I think that this is a complex question you're asking that I have spent a lot of time, especially in recent years, thinking. Because a lot of times when I speak to people who take the book that they call the Bible, which is actually very, very distinct, a large number of books that were put together and a lot of other stuff that was left out. When I see them talking about why they think that this is the story of all of humanity, one of the reasons why they say that is because, well, we have the Old Testament and it was prophecy and then it was fulfilled in the New Testament. And it's really bizarre to me that it could never occur to them that perhaps there's the Old Testament. We call it the Old Testament, right? The people who are reading it don't call it the Old Testament. And then some other folks said, you know what? This book is helpful. We're going to write the continuing edition and then say that it was the fulfillment of the descriptions of that. I want to be clear that there are still people who are practicing the Hebrew or Jewish tradition, many of them. And they don't look at the New Testament as the continuing story of their Torah.
Thank you.
This is a particular group of people that did that. And so when we connect those two things, it is a little peculiar to me that they have been connected. And the other part of it is this. Scholars recognize that some of the people who are writing the New Testament didn't even have access to the Old Testament in its original language. They had never read it in its original language. They actually were reading some of those texts in Greek. So they had actually come far away from this older group of texts. And now they were writing something that was different, significantly different. And so it is really strange to me that this contradiction exists. But there are people who don't read the text, don't study the text. I was really disappointed in Easy Bands when he wasn't familiar with one of the topics that biblical scholars have been talking about for decades. There are literally, I'm not even making an exaggeration, thousands of articles on the synoptic problem and the synoptic gospels. He wasn't even aware of what the word synoptic means. That means he just reads the Bible. But this is not church. We're not in Bible study. This is a historical conversation. So you have to read what the historians are saying. I'm not saying you must agree with their analysis, but at least give us a cogent reason why you don't. I didn't come here for a Bible study tonight. I didn't. I just didn't. So we're supposed to be talking about scholarly issues. If you're unfamiliar with them, you are not equipped for this conversation. We have people here who are coming to talk about the Kemetic tradition. They've never read any text. They talk about what I do. They've never seen anything I do. Nothing. They've never seen anything I do, but they tell me about what I do. They then want to talk about how wonderful their tradition is, but they have only read the one book that they've been given. The Bible does not tell you about the development of Christianity. It doesn't. It doesn't. You have to study the history of what happened to know those things. And I'm going to tell you, as a young person who was a follower of Christianity, when I got to high school is when they started telling me things. And I was like, what? I'll never forget the day I heard that, and this was in high school, y'all, that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were anonymous. I heard that in high school. And that those texts were written long after, if you believe in a historical Jesus, long after he was dead. When I heard that, I went home and my parents said, what are you learning? We got to talk to them. And they called the school, and a priest who had been to seminary explained it to them. And he said, if you don't believe me, ask your pastor these things.
All right, Jabari, we got to wind it down. I got to get one more brother. Reggie is in the building.
Let me just put a period on this. All I got to say is this is a historical conversation. It's not about your belief. It's not. And so please do some historical study so that you're able to have a better place in this discussion.
All right, my brother Reggie, what's up, man? Unmute yourself. I can't hear you, Reggie.
I don't know if that's mute. I don't see a mute on.
Yeah, you got to go out and jump back in. Jump back in. You get right back on as soon as you come in. Rakufu, why you laughing, man? Why you laughing, Rakufu? You got to stop this monkey business, Unc, man.
Why are you picking on Unc? Why are you picking on him?
Stop this monkey business.
He was just sitting back, chilling.
Minding his business, huh? Minding his business.
Let me leave Uncle alone before you get at me.
Oh my goodness, he's about to.
He's gonna get at me tomorrow.
Put him on the screen and said, "You gotta stop it, Unc." I was like, what am I doing?
Then I'm enjoying the programming.
Let me just respond right quick, man.
Easy man, can I get some help?
Yeah, let me help Unc right quick. I think he needs some help.
That's not good help.
How are we gonna help Unc?
But to be honest with you,
not good help.
To be
Go
honest,
ahead, Rocky Balboa. Go ahead, Rocky Balboa.
Yo, Adrian. But yeah, Unc, I ain't gonna hold you. Unc was 100% correct on everything.
Yeah, of course you're gonna say that. Because you hate yourself.
No, because it's true. All right.
You hate black. You hate Africans.
I can even tell you, as an African right now, I could tell you that, yeah, we look at those gods as literal. All right. So I don't know what Brother Jabari is talking about. That's modern Western thinking. But sa.neter, can you please share my screen, man? Because I wanted to.
No, I can't do that right now because I got to get ready. I got to get ready.
Let me just say what I was going to say. That, man.
Listen, sa.neter, if we could close by 12 at least. We've been here that's 5 hours, man.
All right, guys. Hey, real quick, Easy Bands, mate, because you're too damn long-winded. And you don't be saying nothing.
Why you always rushing me, though, man? Like, even when I did this earlier. Damn. All right, let me just close out right quick, man.
Yeah.
All right, so can you share my screen, please, brother? So I had asked. Let me just expand that a little bit. I had asked Brother Jabari to. I'd asked Brother Jabari to show me a source that because he's making a lot of conjecture, a lot of modern conjecture and interpretation. So I asked him to show me a source that actually says that the cannibalism hymns that you find with Unas, that those are just what do you call it? That those are just metaphors. If you can find that, I'll be very happy. He started to look, but he never came through it. But let me just read this right quick. So the pyramid, this is EgyptMuseum.com. It says the pyramid texts are neither a theological discourse nor a mythological narrative, but present a sequence of often disjointed and seemingly nonsensical utterances or spells, which begin with the formula words to be spoken. Now it says there are a total of 75. I'll skip over that. Go to this right here. These spells vary from brief pieces of ritual to lengthy descriptions of the king's behavior in the afterlife, to long sequences which make little to any sense to the modern reader. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. He's basically recreating something with texts that basically a lot of them make no sense to the modern reader. And here's an example. Many of the spells appear to be connected with rituals making the king's rituals for making the king live in the afterlife, and list items with them, perhaps to be offered or used in a ritual spell. So it gives an example of Osiris Unas, take the eye of Horus, the dim one, which Set has eaten from. Okay, so in truth, it says, though no one really knows what actions, if any, were performed with the pyramid text, if the pyramid texts were performed at all, the above spell comes as part of a long series of spells exhorting the dead to take the eye of Horus. Okay, so this right here is telling you that no one knows for sure if some of these or any of them were supposed to be performed, these pyramid texts.
All right, good job, brother. Good job, man.
But hold on, let me just land, brother. Come on, why you always
no,
rushing?
You gotta land right now, bro, because I got ready right here. I told you.
I hear you, but this is an actual source.
All right, you should have did that when you was up, brother.
I was trying to. You cut me off, son.
This is corny right now.
This is corny. Like, what are we doing? Like, come on, man. You said I'm putting people to sleep. So what, you want me to jump up and down like a monkey?
No, you putting me to sleep, I said.
Because you don't know what the debate is about, sir.
I do.
You're not proving nothing.
You don't. Like, do you understand what I'm even talking about here?
Man, I'm not even listening to you, man.
Exactly.
You're putting me to sleep, brother.
Like, damn, bro. All right. So
Easy Bands. Easy Bands. Can you put the title of that up? Can I see the title of what you're reading?
It says Pyramid Text Burial Chamber of Unas. This is Egypt/museum.com. So hold on. Let me just read this right quick. It is not clear whether this should be taken as a literal reading or as more metaphorical description of the king's assumption or absorption of the powers of the gods. This was speaking about Unas. So this also is telling us that these things, it is not clear whether we should take them literally or if these are metaphorical. All right. The pyramid texts are focused exclusively on the royal afterlife, and were indeed almost exclusively used by the kings of the latter part of the Old Kingdom. And this is another part that I was talking about. It is also found in the pyramids of some of the queen consorts, etc. So basically, in the Old Kingdom, these texts were exclusively used for the kings. Now, Jabari, I brought this up earlier, and he went to show the remains of some individual and claimed that, yeah, you see that he has some effects that are buried with him. So therefore, individuals or the common person is basically counted for. But you don't have any text to support that. There's no text at all. There's no tradition. There's no, the temple libraries have been destroyed. So basically, my point is that the Shrine of Ma'at that you're creating is a reconstruction, is a modern religion, and very little, based on very little text from ancient Kemet, and even that text is fragmented, it's incomplete. There's rhetoric that doesn't even make sense, and so that's my point. Is just to make sure that it's official, that everybody knows Brother Jabari's Shrine of Ma'at is just a modern religion. That's all it is. It's not a real accurate historical representation of what was happening in Kemet. I'll land there.
Can't hear you, Sai. You muted?
I'm muted.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Hold on. Don't even respond to that, Jabari. Come on, man.
Yeah, come on, man.
You don't need to respond to that nonsense, man. You, the followers of the Bible currently on the panel, agree that the Kemetic tradition predate the tradition of the Bible. If yes, do they feel people before the Bible just had it wrong according to spirituality? You want to answer that, Bakwash?
That's a dumb question.
All right, let's move on then. You're scared to answer it. It's not a
I'm
dumb
scared to answer it. I put a comment.
It's not a dumb question.
I put a comment in the section.
It's not a dumb question.
Number one,
what you learned that in school, right? Your teacher always told you all questions are good questions. They not.
Here's a question to you.
No. Reggie, you got the floor, brother.
Okay, put the flyer back on.
Oh man, here come Reggie. Pop, pop. Getting ready to take shots, baby. That's the Reggie I like.
Yeah.
That's the Reggie I like.
Hello, brothers and sisters.
Jabari, you got your vest on?
It's not for Jabari. This is just for the public.
All right.
Peace to family. This is your brother, Brother Reggie. I want to invite you all to probably one of the most important debates that you have heard in a long time. It's about what we call Tawi. Sometimes you call it ancient Egyptian beliefs versus Kemetic beliefs. Kemetic beliefs, I have found out, do not align with the beliefs of the ancient people of Tawi, the two lands. The title of the debate is "The Netters Are Real." Whether the Netters are real, whether they are literal, whether they're actual, and whether they are forces and energies. But the title on the slide is actually correct because that's the main point. Or the net is real but not literal. My opponent, Jabari Osaze, says, of course, that the netters are real, but they're not literal. They're not actual, right? They're forces and energies. And I agree that the netters are real. The other things that he say, I disagree. So this debate will land on the fact that in my position that they are literal, the netters, they are actual in the belief system, and but they are not just forces and energies. I believe, family, that the forces and energies is New Age, Kemetic philosophy that has no basis whatsoever in Nile Valley culture. They are always talking about the netters, and I think that whoever taught Brother Jabari what he is talking about, the teacher is wrong. I would have loved to talk to the teacher about what he taught the student, but my teachers, right, taught us something different. They taught us about the beliefs of ancient Egypt. They didn't say to follow it, but they taught us accurately what the beliefs are. And anybody could go and view what Dr. Ricchetti talked about, what the netters were. So then he could talk to, you can look at what Dr. Jacob Carruthers said. You can look at Dr. Theophilo Benga, what he said. You could talk, you can look at what Dr. Theophilo Benga says. And you can listen to what Dr. Ben said. So Jabari is out of the framework of those African scholars because none of them believe that they are just forces and energies, and you could compact them to forces and energy. So, but these are the words that he said. He had 3 years or 4 years to fix it and explain it, but he left it as a slogan and a tagline. And so what we're debating about is to whether or not his slogan or tagline actually depicts what the Africans believe. I think that what Ankh just said is basically correct. You can't come in 2026, look back and tell us what the ancient people of the Nile actually said without using the text. You can have an opinion on the text, but still you're an outlier. So with that said, I want to invite you all. I want you to bring your tissues, right? Yeah, I really want you to bring your towels, right? Because but come happy because you're going to be you're going to be in for a treat, right?
Shout out to my Pastor Bennett, man.
Yeah, you're going to be in for a treat because Jabari Osaze, in my opinion, and I have to back it up, is doing New Age comedic, and it has nothing to do with Tawi civilization based on his statement.
So let me ask you, Reggie.
You can take
do you still feel the same? Do you still feel the same way you did the day before yesterday, when you told everybody that you're going to embarrass Jabari?
Oh, take me off there, put me on the screen so you can see my face.
Oh, okay.
You can see me on the big screen.
This is the Reggie I've been missing for a minute.
Yeah. No. He is going to be. He may not feel embarrassed, but people will feel embarrassed because I'm going to dismantle this phrase that actually makes no sense whatsoever. The netters are real. They're not They're not literal. They're not even actual. They are forces and energy. And so when he
and you're saying that they are literal.
Oh yeah, they're the netters are actually very
okay. Let me move on over to Jabari right quick before you
actually actual.
All right, let me move over to Jabari.
They can align to forces and energy. This is promo.
Right.
Okay. Let me say this to you, sa.neter, and this is something that I'm going to say publicly before I say anything else. When we come up with a debate,
no, I didn't have a date. The 27th of next month.
Wait, I haven't even, brother. When we come up with a debate, usually the two people who are debating agree on the title. That title needs tons of tweaking.
I agree.
So I'm not going to do the debate. I'm not going to do the debate.
Hold on.
Wait, I'm telling you.
I listened very carefully.
You got to hear him out first, brother.
I listened very carefully. Now he wants to interrupt.
Wow.
So what I'm saying is that the basic structure of what we're going to be discussing, I think is fine. I think we're agreeing on that. But you'll notice that both in the title of the debate and in what Reggie says, he uses what are called limiting adverbs. Jabari is saying that the neteru are just principles and forces. And so psychologically, what that is saying to you is that Jabari is limiting the tradition that he is part of. And I want to say to you, I would not agree to a title that way. And I see what Reggie is trying to do.
No, that is not cap, huh? Because
it is no.
Yo,
for 20 minutes over there, Saul. Are we serious right now?
No, yes, be serious, be quiet.
What is going on?
I've said it many
Quit
times.
that Jabari hate. Quit that Jabari
hate. And now they're interrupting.
I'm sorry, Jabari.
No, when I said treat the title, you said I was wrong.
Come on, man.
Come on, Black Sage.
Come on.
I sat here quietly and listened, and now I'm telling you what my opinion is. Come on. And by the way, you're not even a person in the debate. Why are you responding? This is between me and Reggie. So I would not use limiting adverbs because it tells you something about what I'm saying in a very subliminal manner. So I am not going to agree to it like that. So we're going to have to do some tweaking. I think everyone can acknowledge that I did not see that before it was put up tonight. So
I told Reggie, I said, Reggie, I got to get you and Jabari on the phone so y'all can really talk about the topic.
Right.
And Reggie suggested that, no, it is the way it is. But I know what I'm talking.
Yeah.
Can you explain the topic now, if you want?
Listen, no, I'm going to have a private I don't want to focus on that entirely. I don't. We'll talk offline. But I'm just saying,
are you ready to talk online?
I think that listen. I think that we're clear about what we're talking about. I'm just saying titles are strategic.
Yes.
And obviously, one of us had his input on the title, the other did not.
Crazy.
I'm a much better debater than, I'm sorry, Reggie, than you've ever dealt with. Much better. So that's why I'm not going to fall for that. I want to also say, and I'm not going to say much about his topic, and I'm not going to say much about the debate. We're going to save that for the ring. But I want you to hear I wish that sa.neter had him on the camera when he was speaking, because I'm going to make sure that you're clear about what he said about his teachers. He said something about his teachers. He said, these teachers didn't teach me this. I'd like to question his teacher. By the way, everyone here knows that that was supposed to be a slight at Baba Heru. And I think what my opponent is hoping is I'm going to flip out because he is insulting Baba Heru. Baba Heru would have even told me, I hope you're not going to fall for that. And I'm not. You should also understand that his teachers are my teachers. I don't know why he keeps doing that. He knows this. Is he sure that they agree with him? That's all I'm going to say. Is he now? Listen, you know that I wouldn't say that unless I'm coming with the upper cup and the right cross. Is he sure that they agree with him? For those of you who have seen me debate, and finally, let me just say to you, when you read the text, I think it's going to be clear about what they believe. Now, I want to be absolutely clear about this. I'm not just saying that it's only the Kemetic people that make this argument. I think that the large majority of spiritual traditions before the literalism, the orthodoxy of the 3rd and 4th centuries looked at the world this way as well. So I'm not just saying Kemet is special, everybody else sucks. I think that that's what Ankh thought I was saying. That's not what I'm saying. I think that the large majority of spiritual traditions once occurred primarily in allegory. And you could agree whether allegory is proper or not. I think that you would disagree with that as well. That's fine. I'm not proselytizing to you. So that's fine. But I would think that I would argue that is what most people acknowledge. And I said to you tonight, folks, that people who are going to make this argument, they have to respond to what I said, and they never do. I just went through the papyrus of Hunefer with you, where you see that Hunefer becomes a Sar. Why is it that after I say that, they never respond? If everyone can be the deity, how could the deity be literal?
There you go.
I don't know why they never respond to it. They just act like I didn't say it. They act like I didn't say it. If everyone can be the deity, how could the deity be literal?
Because that cuts them.
And so no one ever responds to it.
They bleeding out.
And so that's the challenge. I am going to show you that the practitioners and the scholars that you have heard on this platform do not agree with Reggie, that his teachers don't agree with him. That's what I'm going to show you.
All right.
And I just want you to know that I'm looking forward to the debate. I'm going to try to have it be a really respectful debate. Sometimes Reggie gets really angry and flies off the handle. I'm going to try not to do that. We're going to have an interesting debate that I think is going to be exciting for the people, and we'll move from there. Now, sa.neter, I asked if we could try to close this by 12. Yeah, it's 11:58. I do not want to go through a rehash of the entire thing. That will become a full debate for the people.
All right, go ahead, brother. You good? Okay. Thank you for coming on, Jabari. Appreciate you, brother.
No, wait, hold up. So here's the problem. So let me just pull this up again because I don't know why it's not coming up. So give me a second to pull this up. Okay, so let's see if the screen comes up. Share audio. Okay. So it's not okay. It's not. It's give me one more second, one more try. Give me a second, one more try.
You gotta get Easy Band presentation off there.
There you go. It's up, Reggie.
Okay.
The screen is sharing.
Okay, great. Okay, so what Jabari has said to the world, and now he wants to backtrack, and I know why, right? But this is what he said to the world. I'm dealing with why I disagreed with him. So this is what he said.
Are not literal. That is what I'm saying. They're not literal and actual. And when I hear people say, he's saying that the Neteru are not real, I say, no, I believe the Neteru are real. I don't believe that they are actual and literal. Yes. We're talking about the way that energy works in the universe, and we've given it a name.
Okay. So I'm going to play it one more time. This is what he told to the world, right? And this is what I disagreed with. So I'm not doing anything different. He's backpedaling.
I have no problem with what you just played. That is what I'm saying. They're not literal and actual. When I hear people say, he's saying that the Neteru are not real, I say, no, I believe the Neteru are real. I don't believe that they are actual and literal. Yes. We're talking about the
other parts you put in, Reggie, after that.
There's no I have no disagreement with that at all. That is what I'm saying. They're not literal and actual.
Okay, so wait. Let me
and when
stop
I hear
this.
people say, he's saying that the Neteru are not real.
Sorry.
I say, no, I believe the Neteru
But that's what he's talking about, Reggie.
I just said the same thing a few moments ago. He didn't need to play the video.
He's talking about what you added to it. That's what he's saying.
I didn't.
The way the
What did
title
I
is
add to it?
formatted with the limiting adverbs and the negatives.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
The just.
Yeah.
Or not. I'm not gonna agree to that. So
Okay, you will agree to what you just said, though.
Yes.
brother, I just said the same thing like 5 minutes ago.
He did.
I don't there's nothing that you played a video like it was a gotcha.
No,
there's no gotcha there. I agree with what I just said.
Okay, so that is what we're debating.
We're talking. Yes, I said that.
Why
I
are you
think
crying?
that nobody's crying. Who's crying?
We just need some.
Do you see me crying?
Reggie, what's the other part you put at the end?
How am I crying? What I'm saying is that I think that we actually agree on the substance. It's the title, the wording of the title that I will not agree to. That's what I just said.
Well, that's why.
It's the wording of the title that I will not agree to. And I said, based on the title, I could tell that one of us had influence on the title, but the other one did not.
No, I didn't have any influence because that's not on the flyer. But I am telling the people if you read the flyer, put the flyer back up. You having a stomach ache?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, all the net is real, but not literal.
But not. Those are limiting. I'm not going to agree to that wording.
But you just said it on the video.
It's in a title, brother.
What are you doing?
It's in a title. I'm not going to agree to that title.
What title do you want, Jabari?
I already said, and I'm going to say again, I'm not going to debate this here live. We can have a conversation. That's all I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. I am not going to agree in the limiting words, but not literal.
Okay, fine.
I'm not going to agree to that.
sa.neter, the reason why I played the video is so that you could take it from the video.
Why would you take the title from me having a conversation rather than title of the debate?
I'm talking to sa.neter. If I play it again, it's you that put in limiting words in your speech. If I can, I'll play it again. And y'all find if he put in the limiting words. Not Reggie.
Hey Reggie, can I ask you one quick? No, let me just. Hey Reggie, do you realize I just argued with Jabari saying that the Egyptians encompass all those things? You know that, right?
Just relax, brother. Just relax.
Because you act like you didn't hear me and Jabari argue. I said they did all the things.
Just relax, brother. Just relax, brother. Let's get Jabari. I've been doing this shit for 10 years.
Get Jabari. I'm saying this man just argued me for an hour and I said they did all the things. Now all of a sudden that's an issue.
Y'all still ain't get over that. You ain't get over that. Just let Reggie deal with this. Like he told
I just talked to Jabari. Now he's saying I'm lying.
No, Reggie.
I said you were lying, wrong?
Yeah, but I arguing with
come on, stop, brother. Ain't nobody do that. You playing?
I didn't say that.
No, I just argued with this man and said they did all.
Brother, let Reggie go, man. Come on, we ain't got all night.
Yeah, let's talk about the title.
Try to play it.
Listen,
I'm
just
going to try
talking.
to play it, right? And it's not me that's putting in the negative words, right? So this is what he says, right? Here you go.
Are not literal.
He said they're not literal. He said that.
A ghost, the one where was the mummy that said it.
Hold on.
Play the whole thing, Reggie, so I can hear it.
Listen, sa.neter, listen. Sometimes you follow the shiny object. Listen to me. There's a difference between a conversation and a title for a debate.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to agree with the words but and not in the title.
But you said it.
I'm telling you, there's a difference between a conversation and a title for the debate. And I can tell that Reggie saw the flyer and I did not. I can tell that. I can tell that based on how it's written.
I think we could go back, and I think that you had a basic agreement, but nevertheless, so you
Reggie, I don't think we're disagreeing on the topic. I don't think we're disagreeing on the topic. I'm disagreeing on the way it's worded.
Okay, so you this is
I'm
what
not
you
going
said.
to have the full.
Why do you keep cutting me off?
Well,
okay, I'll wait. Finish your statement.
It's time to cut you off. It's 12. Listen, I have been here for 5 hours. I'm not having those that full conversation now. I said that a while ago. I'm not doing it now. I said that already. And you still went into it. I'm not doing it now.
Can I speak?
It's very clear. It's very clear that you saw the flyer and I did not. I would not have agreed to that title. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So we can have a conversation offline, but you already know what my issues are. I would not accept the limiting adverbs and the negative titles there. There's a difference between what I said and a title for a debate.
Okay.
They're not the same thing.
Can I speak? Okay, so the problem in this community is that he gets to talk, and when he talks, he sounds authoritative. I listened to what he said, and I listened several times, and I decided that what he said was incorrect. He put in the negative comments to the audience. I'm holding him accountable for it. Then what he's doing is he wants to create a safety, but he disrespected the audience by saying it. Let me play it again.
Stop. Brother, are you telling me that a comment that I made is the title for the debate?
You're not letting the play. You got your running.
Played it 4 times already, Reggie. You played it 4 times already. I don't disagree with.
I'm gonna hold you accountable.
Listen to me. I don't disagree with what I said. I'm just saying I would not agree to that as a title for a debate. It's a very simple statement I'm making. I'm very clear about. I think we're both clear about the topic of the title. I just am not going to agree with that title. And I also said, which you're not disagreeing with, that one of us saw the flyer and the other one did not. You're not disagreeing with that. If I had seen the flyer, I would have told you that.
Why not compromise with the title?
We could certainly compromise, but I'm not having the full conversation here.
I'm talking to Reggie, though, brother Reggie. Compromise
Don't
with
even
the title,
ask him
brother.
that, because he and I need to have a conversation. That's it.
A conversation about some words the man just said we just played. Y'all capping and I'm out of here, yo. That's why I don't like this.
Oh my God.
Yo, went back and forth with
two people supposed to be able to have input on the title. You wouldn't like that to happen for you. Quit capping.
You're not in the debate. You eat popcorn.
sa.neter.
Yeah, but y'all capping right now. Two people supposed to have input on the title.
Correct.
That's facts.
Hold on. Oh, I remember you saying.
What I say, bro?
I forgot who you were saying it to, but you said, why would you even go to that title? You got the correct title. The title is everything. You remember you said that?
Yeah, and I agree. But if I say, but if I say I'm an atheist, and the person say I want to debate you, did you said I'm an atheist? And then you do the title, you play the video, I'm an atheist. Now what? You make a title, and the debate is I'm an atheist. Then what? I can't then make a wild rule that nobody understands that you can't have a title. I'm not going to.
You know the art to listening.
But you said them words out your mouth. You accepted it when you said out your mouth. Now as a title, it don't work. Hey, bro, that's cat. I don't know.
All right, there's the art to listening,
No, it's cat.
Hold on. The man said that he have no problem.
No, then why worry about the words you said then?
Listen, brother. Listen, he had no problem.
On the screen? I'm the only one here that is on the
cat.
On the screen.
Okay, so that's how you don't get the debate.
sa.neter.
That's how you don't get the debate.
Hold on, Reggie.
Can I say this to you?
Go ahead.
Very basically, I don't care what Ankh thinks. I have
What's
no
the rule
idea.
in
I
speech?
don't care what he thinks on this. Because the debate is between me and Reggie. And I'm saying to you that usually the way this works, which you agree, is that both people have an opportunity to weigh in on this. In fact, if you listen to what I said yesterday, I even said, I agree on the topic, but the title needs tweaking. I said that yesterday. But why in the world would you put a flyer up without me seeing it? That's what happened. That's what happened.
Okay. Never seen you
And
run
so
like this
I
before.
want to be clear that my position is confined by a limiting adverb and a negative, but not. I'm not going to have a title like that. And if y'all don't understand the strategy, fine. The reality is I don't care what anyone thinks. The only one that I need to discuss this with is Reggie. And the longer we have this here, the harder it's going to be for us to have a private conversation. I don't want to do this here.
Cap.
Because the longer we go on here,
man, you're not in it, man.
the harder.
Because they go the other way all the time. And
come on, you're not in this.
I'm part of. There are two of us in a debate, and I should have input into what the title says.
I agree.
Jabari,
that's not. I'm not saying something crazy. Jabari, you don't have to agree with me or not.
Hey, Jabari,
I don't care. This is between me and Reggie, and I think that if we don't sit here and start arguing, we can come to an agreement. That's it. I'm quite sure. I don't even think the topic of the substance of the debate would change based on altering the words. I'm pretty sure that we agree on the very meat of the debate. It's just the way that the topic is phrased that I don't agree with. I don't know why I have to say this 8 times.
Why are you crying?
I'm not crying.
I'm waiting to talk.
I am not crying. First of all, this topic is Professor Jabari Osaze versus the Israelites and Christians. Put Professor Jabari on the hot seat. You came in to promote, and that's fine. But let's not argue about it now. I am not crying. I'm saying the same thing over and over and over again. And the more we do this, the more our positions will harden. We just need a conversation. That's all. I don't even think we disagree. I don't think we disagree on the meat of the debate. It's just the way it's phrased. And to be honest, to be really honest, the way this works it didn't work the way it works. How could y'all put a debate topic up when one of us saw it and the other did not?
All right, we already heard all that. Come on, man. We heard.
Why do I keep saying it?
I promise.
Let's just finish this.
All right,
why do I have to keep saying it?
Reggie, you want to finish the whole thing, Reggie?
We will have a conversation.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, wait. I got 3 minutes. But you don't go on Black News 102 sa.neter. You make a statement, and then when someone calls you on the statement, then you want to change it. You should have never said that statement.
He never said he want to change it, Reggie.
Wait.
He said he want to.
I told you before, sir.
Brother.
I told you before, right? I told you before, right?
Reggie, funny.
This is something that he said.
He agreed with it.
right?
I don't have a problem with what I said. I have an issue with the title. How many times do I have to say this?
No,
I don't have an issue with what I said.
You know what you're doing? You're double talking.
Reggie,
because if you
Reggie,
said it, why you keep cutting me off?
Because you said the same damn thing 4 times. Stop it.
Man, talk. Go ahead, Reggie.
Stop
Get
it.
off, Reggie. Come on, man.
Keep saying the same thing.
So now you're witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing Jabari Osaze, Professor sa.neter
okay.
cry about something that he said.
You know what? Listen.
Okay, so now I stop.
No,
so
you know what Reggie is trying to hide? Listen, wait a minute. Reggie is trying to hide the fact that he and sa.neter talked about the title and I did not.
Wow, you ain't let that man finish talking, Reggie. Not you. Not you.
That's
Jabari.
what he's doing.
You ain't let that man finish talking. You talked for 20 minutes before.
Brother, this is not the topic.
I'm talking about this is a gentleman's game. You're right. You got it right to the topic. I agree. You got it right. You're right. But I'm saying it's a gentleman. Let Reggie get his thing off.
Reggie is saying the same thing.
Taping and capping for him.
He's saying the same
You
thing.
did the same thing 30 times.
I don't want to say the same thing. I already said.
Yo, when are you going to stop the hate, man? When are you going to stop
being a hypocrite, son? You're being a hypocrite, son.
Stop. No, I'm not being a hypocrite.
Yes, you are. You're being a hypocrite, son.
How am I being a hypocrite?
Because when Easy Bands and I said the exact same thing to Jabari about not debating any title, you rolled a golden wheelbarrow in there and dropped his nutsack right in it.
Come on, brother.
What?
That's exactly
what you said that you weren't going to debate a title. What?
Yes, we weren't going to debate any title. When you asked me to debate the Exodus, I said I don't want to debate that title. When I said I'll debate a new one, the Exodus. Hold on, see, this is what I'm saying.
We saw your Nike when you was running.
Hold on.
He
did the exact same thing. He's doing a Reggie right now, saying what? Listen. All Reggie said to him was, "Why don't you stand on what you said?" And think what you just said to me.
I have no problem standing on what I said.
I guarantee you, Jabari has never had a debate where he didn't have input in the title. Y'all stop the cap. Y'all cap.
Y'all
some hypocrites, bro.
The historicity of the Exodus. That's what it
Yara's 100% right, man. He did that to me too.
Stop it.
Yara's cap, Easy Bands, and you are.
That's ridiculous.
That's all everybody knows. Everybody knows you, bro.
Love where you at, where my people at. I'm at where you at, where my people at. I need you to help me on this mission. Yeah, this is for my brothers trapped in religion. Open up your eyes, break out of the prison. It's just for my brothers trapped in religion. sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. It's sad to see my brothers all so lost. It's sad to see you believe in things that's false. It's sad to see you believe in Jesus, or your logic breaks apart in 1,000 pieces. I'm God killer, not gonna let that slide. You drowning in a myth, you had nowhere to hide. The HOK is the toughest environment. While we trade blind faith for mental empowerment, I believe in scriptures for your mind, this is the key. It's time to unlearn everything you believe. The house of consciousness, start looking within. That's where the real liberation begins. Oh, this is for my brothers trapped in religion. Open up your eyes, break out of that prison. This is for my brother trapped in religion. sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. The HOK is more than just a place. It's a tough environment where you check your faith. Bomb squad and pseudo killers who check your sources. Don't come in front cause you will live a loss. It's the Bible written to break your spirit, built to keep you low, feeding you metaphors, stopping your growth. These is for my brothers trapped in religion. sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. It's sad to see my brothers all so lost. It's sad to see you believe in things that's false. It's sad to see you believe in Jesus, while your logic breaks apart in 1,000 pieces. This is for my sisters trapped in religion. Wake up and free the babies. Sa.neter speak the truth, he's on a mission. Yeah. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. I used to use the Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sisters to the light. Yeah. The house is closing in and it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the HOKs, the toughest terrain where the truth hits hard. The cuts bring pain. I try to wake you with the word in my hand to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the mental chains and be the house of consciousness. The final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? The house of consciousness. The final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. Wake the sisters up with the fire in their soul, taking back the story, gaining full control. Get your mind right, leave the Bible behind. The Bible is not your history, your soul will be hard to find. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the die. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner sight. Come inside the HOK doors, we bring the light. The house of consciousness. Will your Bible thumpers wake up or just fall? Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. Sa.neter, don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, wake the sister up. I won't stop. I won't stop. I won't stop. Sa.neter, don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, wake the sister up. I won't stop.